When I was 8 years old, my family moved away from our busy home in the city to a small, sleepy town in the countryside. My dad had gotten a new job, you see, at the nuclear power plant. The plant loomed over the town, its chimneys coughing out thick smoke onto the houses. Our homes almost seemed like an afterthought, protruding from the side of the plant like a sudden growth when its creators realized too late that their workers would need somewhere to live. We lived on Strand Street, to the east of Building A. Although it was long ago now, I still remember the day we moved very clearly. As soon as we came into view of the towers, the air seemed to feel heavy. It was as if a damp, thick blanket had been pulled up over me, pressing down on my shoulders. When I took a labored breath, my mouth filled with an odd, chemical taste. I rolled up my window. The sun was only just beginning to set. We'd been rushing around all day trying to cram the last of our things into the car, and yet the town was deserted. I pressed my face against the glass to try and peer into the windows of houses as we drove past, but it didn't seem like anyone was home at all. Each window pane was fully covered from the inside, not allowing even a speck of light to poke through. "I'm sure there'll be lots of other children in our street," Charlie said, my mom, seeming to read my mind. She turned around, squeezing my hand. I tried to smile. "That's our house right there," chimed Dad, pointing to a small brick house at the end of the terrace. As he tried his best to park on the narrow road, I noticed a couple walking very quickly past us carrying gray shopping bags. They glanced behind them every now and then as if they were being followed by something only they could see. They finally stopped at a house just a few doors down from ours, and the woman let out a breath she'd been holding. She then began to point towards us and whisper something to the man who was already staring worriedly at my parents as they unpacked the car. I hopped out and stood close to my dad, who was enthusiastically shaking the man's hand and introducing us. My dad was the type of person who could quickly become friends with anyone he met, whether they wanted to or not. The man, Mr. Grieg, looked a little uncomfortable and began glancing over his shoulder again. Mrs. Grieg wrung her hands together and began to talk to my parents when she was suddenly interrupted by a knock on their window. Inside, a boy about my age was poking his head through the thick curtains as if he was searching for something. He looked down at me and broke into a wide grin, showing off a missing front tooth. As quickly as he appeared, the window was now empty, and we heard thundering footsteps from inside the house. Mrs. Grieg turned on her heel and almost ran towards the house in an attempt to herd the boy back in. He came flying down the street nevertheless, almost bowling me over. "I'm Toby," he said, barely waiting for me to introduce myself before asking about the book in my hand and talking a mile a minute about how he had just started reading that series too, and what was my favorite character, and had I got to the really scary bit. The Griegs stood on looking nervous, and my mum gently shooed Toby and I indoors to go and find my new room. As I followed Toby and listened to his excited chatter echoing around our empty house, I looked back to see the Griegs talking in hushed tones to my parents. The smile had worn off my dad's face, and him and my mum now had the same look of fear I had just seen on Toby's parents. My mum had told me weeks before, when my dad had gotten his job, that the move would take some getting used to. Some things were easier than others. I loved having my own room. There was so much more space to play than in our little flat. Even the new junior school didn't seem so scary, now that I would have Toby by my side in September. But some things took a little longer to take in. Toby and I could spend hours happily playing in the road, kicking around an old football or running about being pirates. But each day when the sun began to set, our mothers would appear on the doorstep and hurriedly call us inside. My mum wasn't quite on the same level as Toby's, yet Mrs. Grieg seemed to permanently hover behind her door, just waiting for an alarm to go off in her head so she could call him in. Toby, on the other hand, wasn't fazed at all about the curfew. When he heard his mum call, he would roll his eyes before smiling at me and jumping up from the patch of pavement serving as our ship and jogging off to his house. For me and my mum, however, the routine felt strange. My mum had always been caring to me, of course, but had never seemed half as worried when we lived in the city. I could spend all day in the park across the road reading my book on the swings, only coming in for dinner once it already gone dark. But now she would look almost scared as she waited for me to walk the short distance to our house, her frown only easing once I was inside with the door shut. My dad would return home a little while later, walking alongside Mr. Grieg after they finished their workday. Dad slid a bolt on the door when he came in. We'd close all the curtains and then sit and eat our dinner, accompanied by the ever-present humming of the plant. A few weeks later, I was almost used to our strange new routine. Something which did still get to me, however, was the noise. Even though I was used to the bustle of the city with all the traffic and people, there was something different about the noise of the plant. It wasn't even a constant humming on the days when the acrid smoke was at its thickest. It was a grinding, groaning, booming screech that made the ground shake slightly. I mentioned this to Toby, who held his hand up to his ear and said, "Oh yeah," as if he was hearing it for the first time. "I guess you get used to it after a while. We've been here a year now. Maybe if you're here a year, you won't hear it either," he reassured me. I don't know how you couldn't hear it. It's everywhere. Even in my house, I lamented. Toby thought for a while, and then spoke again in an uncharacteristically quiet voice. "Well, there is somewhere where you can't hear it. But it's quite far away," he added hurriedly, already seeing the smile on my face. So far, I hadn't ventured further than a couple streets away. I felt cooped up and just wanted to explore. "It's still very bright, though, isn't it?" I asked him, looking up at the sky. Toby looked at his dinosaur watch, up to the sky and to my hopeful face in quick succession. "I'm sure we've got time," he decided. "Let's go." Toby led the way, his trainers thudding down the pavement. "Wait a minute," I called, the thick air burning my lungs as I struggled to keep up. Toby whipped around, seeming concerned about both my increasingly red face and the seconds ticking away on his watch. We compromised with a brisk walk, trying to ignore the streetlights flickering on one by one. Eventually, the pavement faded into a worn-down path, with grass and dandelions creeping up out of every crack. The air began to feel still and cool. It felt as though the plant was loosening its grip on me. I'd forgotten what it was like to breathe so easily. "There," said Toby, his face flushed with pride. We'd come into a clearing surrounded by trees and covered in a lush blanket of grass. Wildflowers were dotted about, pastel shades of purple, blue, and pink amidst the sea of green. The last few rays of sunlight shimmered on a bubbling stream, over which stood a quaint brick bridge. I couldn't believe the starkness of this wonderful place to Strand Street. I'd stepped out of a black and white picture and into dazzling technicolor. But the best part of all was the quiet. As Toby had promised, all that could be heard in the clearing was the soft running of the stream and the breeze blowing in the trees. "See, I told you, Charlie," he said, his face lit up with excitement. "It's nice here, isn't it?" I could have stayed there forever. We picked flowers, felt the soft grass on our toes, chucked boo sticks over the side of the bridge, and excitedly watched them sail down the stream. I felt a lightness in my chest and a sense of freedom I'd not felt since we left the city. We climbed trees, looked for fish in the brook, and watched the sun disappear down past the horizon. The sunset, the time, the rules. It had suddenly gotten very, very dark. Although the rules had become part of our DNA, it was difficult to grapple with the new and pestering longing to stay in the clearing for even 5 minutes more. "Our parents will be cross," said Toby, still looking wistfully towards the bridge. Then, with a reluctant sigh, he turned back towards me. "We'll come another day." I dropped my flowers and began ambling after Toby, back towards the gray. But as we headed back, things seemed different to how they had before. In the dark, the tree branches reached out over us like bony fingers, blotting out the last of the light. The plant's groaning started up again, snatching away the last comforting sounds of the clearing. Then there was a new sound, a rustling behind us, following us. Toby didn't say anything, but he took my little hand into his and we walked just a half a step faster. The rustling came again, this time closer. "Let's run," Toby whispered, his voice tight with fear. As we sped up, the rustling did too. It was louder, more frantic, like a creature on the hunt. Right as the street lamps came into view, we heard it, a loud, screeching, painful sound. The thing made a screaming howl, deep and primal, that almost knocked us off our feet. This was followed by several sharp, unnatural clicks. Whatever it was big. I didn't realize I had tripped until I smacked down hard on the pavement, scraping my knees raw and narrowly avoiding taking Toby down with me. He was too panicked to speak, desperately pulling me up. It wasn't working. I was stuck in something black. It was like a thick puddle of tar, but it was moving, gliding towards us at an unnatural speed. The noises came from somewhere deep within it, shooting out of a gaping hole in its core. Two spindly arms began to reach from the creature, The clicks and grunts were in my ear now, and the ooze was burning my feet as I tried to wiggle them free. It had just reached my knees when Toby finally gave a strong heave, and then we were back on our feet. We ran and ran and ran. Things became a blur. I remember nearly falling over the threshold in my desperate attempt to get inside. My parents slammed the door behind us, locking and bolting it, and being shoved to the ground by the thing throwing itself against the door. It wasn't finished with us yet. Toby's mom ushered us away as my parents pushed back against it. I had been in such a rush to get inside, to get away from that thing, that I hadn't noticed what it had done to my legs. The skin on my shins had melted, sloughing off to reveal red-hot, angry patches of flesh that had soaked my shoes in blood. Toby looked down at them and started to cry. He hadn't let go of my hand. We did separate finally when Mrs. Greig began to clean the wounds, and Toby came over all faint and needed to lay down. Mrs. Greig picked fibers out of my raw flesh where my socks had melted into my skin. I tried my best to look away, but then my focus would drift to the insistent banging on the door, and I wasn't sure which was worse. I turned my attention to Mrs. Greig instead, who was now dressing my legs with all the care and precision of a surgeon. It was as if she had done this before, like she was prepared for this. Once the banging had stopped and the thing seemed to have retreated, Mrs. Greig needed to treat another casualty, my mum. She'd been leaning against the door when the same acid that got my legs had suddenly burst through the letterbox, leaving a big, searing rectangle on her shoulder. Later, Mrs. Greig pulled Toby aside and told him that his dad was missing. She explained that when he and my dad came home and found our terrified mothers unable to find us, Mr. Greig went out to search. He hadn't come back. Things were strange afterwards. My dad still smiled at me, but it never quite reached his eyes. He went to work and came home, bolting the door which had stayed shut since he left that morning. We saw the Greigs sometimes, though they mostly stayed indoors now too. I'd sometimes catch a glimpse of a tired-looking Toby rushing by, superglued to his mum's side. He wasn't the same boy I'd known before. He'd come over sometimes following Mrs. Greig as she helped my mum and I with our healing burns, putting on a special cream that made them sting. Toby and I could never quite look at one another, though. I knew he was feeling the same guilt I was, and it had made us wary of one another. As if we knew that at any moment either of us could make a decision again that put us right back in that situation. Nobody looked for Mr. Greig. Life went on. People on the street went to work. The plant kept on chugging. Mom bought me long school trousers to wear. I tried not to itch my healing legs. I tried not to think about the clearing and how much I wanted to go there again. I felt guilty when I did want to. Toby and I moved through school, going through the motions. We eventually grew close again, but never talked about what had happened that night. We walked home from school together, chatting away happily as if we were children again, laughing without a care in the world. One day, though, I wasn't thinking, and halfway through a story about a silly thing my dad had done years ago, I looked up to see Toby's downcast face. "Sorry, Toby," I said, patting his arm. "I miss him," he sighed. "I wish we could at least talk about him, but it's—" He trailed off, nodding his head towards his door where we knew his mum was waiting. "He's still with you," I said. Toby gave a small smile before stepping inside. Over the years, things took their toll on my parents. They would wait until they thought I was asleep to argue, sometimes shouting into the early hours of the morning. I would tuck myself tight into my duvet, holding my teddy over one ear and my hand against the other to try and block out the sound, even when I had become much too old for that. Sometimes I would hear my mum shouting on bad nights she would drag up that night about our burns and whatever had happened to Mr. Greig. My dad didn't usually have anything to say at all. It was a bad night tonight. It'd been 8 years since the day we were followed home. My legs had calmed from an angry red to a scarred pink. They still ached, though, as I tiptoed out onto the landing to try and hear what my mum was shouting about. "It's not worth it, Nick. It's not worth it," she screamed. They worried less about me hearing them as I got older. Maybe I should be used to it. I still held my teddy close to my chest and tried hard to hold back the tears, feeling childish. I jumped suddenly as I heard the bolt of the door slide open and then a hard slam. I crept down the stairs, seeing my dad alone in the hallway. "Dad," I called out. I think because the changes had been over so many years, I didn't take much notice of them. My dad had never been the biggest man, but looking at him now I could see how much smaller he had become. He was thin and hunched over slightly, probably from the years of labor at the plant. He'd lost his hair and spent more time coughing than talking these days. He'd lost his smile long ago. He'd lost himself then, too. "She's gone," he whispered, staring past the open doorway. It took me a couple seconds to realize what that meant. My mom had gone outside at night, in the dark, where that thing would be. If my dad felt anything, it didn't show. He stood in the hall, his bony hands twitching. He didn't say anything either when I pulled on my coat and slipped past him, out the door and into the dark. It was already ink black outside. The street lamps flickered like a flame about to extinguish. I heard a slam to my left and felt my legs buckle. Charlie Toby's voice shot out. He shut his door, not bothering to be quiet. Like my dad, Mrs. Grieg seemed to have given up long ago. "Toby, it's my mum." She. "I saw her. She went down there," Toby said, gesturing towards a winding alleyway that cut through the back of the terrace row. "Come on," he said, putting on a brave face. "I'll come with you." We walked side by side down the alley, straining to listen for any sign of my mum and hearing only the plant's screeching groans. The earth shook beneath us, making pebbles bounce against the pavement. I breathed in the sickly chemical smell and my heart began to pound. We checked behind us every now and then, but our parents never followed. We heard a sudden, splitting scream from what sounded like the next street over. My heart skipped a beat, and Toby reached out, gripping my hand. We continued down the alley, and I began to hear a noise that had been echoing in my nightmares for the past 8 years. Click, 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 click. Toby's grip tightened. "It's okay," I lied, not sure who I was trying to reassure. I took a tentative step forward. I felt like I was teetering along the edge of a bear pit. The clicking sounded again, this time closer. The alleyway began to close in on us. We were going head to head with the creature again, and this time we had backed ourselves into a corner. The creature was well aware of this, taking its time to make a grand entrance. Tar began to seep along the ground, hissing and bubbling. My legs began to burn just looking at it, and as I lifted my feet to run, gallons of the stuff began to surround us. I watched it dissolve a stone in its path, and a cold dread gripped my insides as I prayed we would go quickly too once it reached us. Then its arms appeared, reaching slowly from the bubbling tar, and without warning a face shot forward. It was so much worse than I remembered. A hideous screech tore from its throat, spraying tar which landed just a hair away from Toby's head. It rose above us, a body appearing and contorting violently before slamming down again. It crawled on its front towards us, its mangled fingers digging into the concrete. The tar slipped away for a split second, and I saw a hand that could almost be human. It was all sinew and muscle, as if the black tar was its flesh. It twisted again violently, letting out another agonized howl as tar began to surround us. Just as it twisted, more tar slipped away. A human's back appeared. The plant was screeching louder than ever. The earth shook and a deep rumbling came from inside. Heat began to radiate off of the creature, and I gagged as smoke began to fill my lungs. Toby looked over at me with a look on his face I had never seen before. Determined, resolute, he looked over at the archway behind the creature, which had widened as the tar ate up each brick it touched. He looked back at me with a faint, sad smile. "You'll be okay, Charlie," he said softly, and then he let go of my hand. I screamed when I saw him run, bouncing off the wall and landing in a puddle of tar which sizzled against his shoes. He was out of the alleyway in seconds, leaving me alone with the creature. It looked at me, the face featureless besides a twisted open mouth. It let out a final blood-curdling howl before spinning around, following Toby out of the alley and into the dark. The tar came unstuck from the ground and was swept behind the creature, taking a layer of concrete with it. Everything became blurry, and I finally let the tears fall from my eyes. I tried to listen for any sounds of Toby, any sign that he was out there. But all that echoed through the night was the rumblings of the plant as it slowed back down into its regular rhythm. I've always found it difficult to keep up with Toby. He moves a mile a minute, and so do his thoughts. I wondered for a second how he could have known that his gamble would work. that the creature would choose him instead. He must have seen what I saw, too, when the creature's back was exposed. A large, letterbox-shaped scar on the shoulder.
I'd if I should call the police or what. I just got off work, but am honestly terrified to go home run. This morning my shirt was folded beside my bed. I didn't remember folding it, but it was folded just like I always fold my shirts, so I didn't think anything of it. I fold my shirts in a very particular way, just thought I must have forgotten because I was so tired or said. But I just got on Reddit tonight. As my shift was ending, saw that I had on a direct message in my inbox from last night around 1 a.m. It said this: I saw your old post on our Scary Stories today, and your story was wonderfully horrific. LOL. I'm really proud of you, baby. Sometimes, as I sit here in this empty room, I think about you. Well, I'm always thinking about you. LOL. But in moments like this, when you show me just how perfect you really are for me, I was honestly shocked to see that you actually made a post here. LOL. Sometimes you can even surprise me. What is it that draws a person to like you towards such perverse and devious content? Is your life really so nice outside these walls that you have to read stories of stalkers, murderers, and ghosts just to get your fill of terror? You know, sometimes I envy you. I know I shouldn't, and I'm trying to get better, but your life just seems so carefree. I mean, hell, I had to lock the front door behind you after you left for work. LOL. You left your clothes on the floor last night. As usual, I folded your favourite shirt for you while you were asleep, but you didn't seem to notice this morning. I guess that's for the best, though. I know you can take care of yourself, but it's hard to watch you live in such a mess. LOL. I'm sorry if that sounds harsh. I just love you. And I want to see you happy. You've been reading stories on this subreddit for a while now, but it's so cool to read one from your beautiful mind. LOL. I adore how you mumble aloud when you read these stories, the fear I can sense in you as your reading intensifies towards the end. LOL, it's all so perfect. I feel so lucky to be spending all of our most intimate moments together. Well, at least most of the time I feel lucky, but this isn't easy for me. Some moments weigh heavier on me than others. I know I must forgive you since you don't know any better yet, but it pains me so greatly to hear you making love to other men. I can practically feel bugs crawling through my skin every time it happens. What do they have that I don't have? When they don't text you back at night, who is always there for you? There is no one who cares as much about you as I care, but you probably don't even know that yet. LOL. So I try not put blame on you. I know you're still learning and growing for me. I just heard you unlock the door. LOL. Weeks ago, I would have been sweating just at the sound of your car approaching the house. LOL. Now, hearing that door unlock is the best part of my day. The sound fills my heart with joy. Your socks smell so strongly after a long day on your feet. I wonder how you like your new job. You haven't talked much about it, but you seem less stressed. I'm not even nervous anymore. Sometimes I move my nose right up to the bed skirt to get a better view of your feet. I was never really into feet before, but you've changed me. LOL. But this is my favourite part. This is where I still get a little adrenaline. There's something about when you get into this bed that gives me a rush of emotion. I can practically feel your warmth hovering above me like the sun. I always have to remember to control my breathing. Lying here with you always gives me butterflies in my stomach. LOL. In fact, even right now you can probably hear my heart beating out of my chest if you sat still and really listened for it. LOL. I hope you get some good sleep tonight. I know last night was rough for you. You have the cutest little snore sometimes when you're sleeping really deep. LOL. And your nose scrunches up like a little puppy. It's all so perfect. You're just so perfect. Well, I'm done writing for the night. I'd rather be with you right now. And I don't feel very present when I'm writing. Just know that I'm proud of you and I will always love you just the way you are, no matter what happens. I can't wait for the chance to sweep you off your stinky feet tomorrow. ALO, Jake. I'm trying to be patient with you, but you make it so hard. LL. Love you forever. I don't know if this is a prank or something, but I seriously don't know what to do. I'm terrified to go home tonight. Everything in this message lines up, and none of my friends have the key to my apartment. Does anyone have advice?
I'm not supposed to touch anyone. That's been the rule as long as I can remember. Mostly my earliest memories are of my aunts and uncles smiling at me behind glass in their white coats, of air hugs and blown kisses. But I have distant memories of another place, of men with guns. of a woman with a touch like silk. I think she was my mother. I remember a blinding light and a sound like thunder. The next thing I knew, I was here. I've been behind glass for a long time. No windows to see outside. No door in or out, only a slot for meals. All my uncles and aunts have grown old and gray, yet I don't seem to change. They never answered my questions. Who am I? I would ask, where do I come from? All they ever told me is that I was sick, that I had to be kept locked away for my own safety until a cure was found. Even though I felt fine, I trusted them. I had no choice. I've had all I ever needed here. I've read hundreds of books, learned to paint and draw, watched hours and hours of Gilligan's Island, but what I always wanted more than anything was to touch someone, even for a second. I tried once. A few years ago, one of my aunts was pushing supper through the meal slot. I backed against the wall like always, but I couldn't help it. Without thinking, I ran forward and grabbed her hand. I wish I hadn't. The second my hand touched hers, her skin turned black and brittle like burned paper. It crept up her arms until the flesh peeled off her skull, her eyes smoldering with yellow fire. Blood ran out of her mouth, boiling. She screamed and screamed, but all I could do was sob I'm sorry until security came. By the time they got to her, she was a shadow burned into the floor. The meal slot became automated after that. I finally understood I really was sick, very sick. But it wasn't my safety I was in here for. I thought I would be here forever, a freak in a cage, until last week when all my aunts and uncles gathered in the chamber one morning with exciting news for me. I was cured. They told me the country needed me, that some government men needed my help on a big mission where I could touch as many people as I wanted. Men in rubber suits were going to take me away to see the outside for the first time in forever. Just a few more days. I was so happy I couldn't help but cry. And before you go, we have a gift, said one of my uncles, a smile beaming across his face. I waited, excited and confused at once. Your name is Mokachura Yamamoto. You were born in a town called Nagasaki in the year 1945. P.S. Anything in bold leads to clues on what happened to Courtney. And then anything that I bold in italic are things you'll need to remember to further understand. Good luck, detectives. I decided to visit my older sister's home. I texted her earlier and asked her where her house was located, and she didn't respond, and just sent me the location on a map. I was surprised to see it was next to a forest considering Courtney can't stand the sound of coyotes howling due to something that happened in the past. But hey, maybe she got over it growing up. I haven't seen her in a while, so it's not like I know anything about her, but she really loves dogs. She said she'd take any in no matter how strange it turned up. I found it a bit weird, her devotion to taking in a stray dog, but I don't judge. I never did. You sure you don't want me to wait here? Your sister's been acting weird lately, and you said it yourself. Leah asked, leaning back in her seat to look at me. I leaned down and smiled. No, I'm good. It's my sister. She'll let me stay a bit longer for sure, I said. All right, whatever, Maxina, Leah said. I rolled my eyes as my full name was said, and she detected it. Fine. Bye, Max, Leah said. I smile, bye, Leanna, I said, saluting, making it her turn to roll her eyes. It's Leah to you. Just because we're best friends doesn't mean I won't take shit like that personally, Leah said. I could sense the authority in her voice, but it was along with a bit of tease, so I didn't take it too seriously. Whatever you say, Leah ... Z you around, I say. She smiles before starting the car and driving away, air kissing me goodbye dramatically. I sigh at her antics before readjusting the bag strap on my shoulder and walking towards Courtney's house. As I walked up to the porch and rang the doorbell, I could hear footsteps before they stopped. It sounded like it stopped a few feet away from the door. I was going to ring again when there was a thump on the door and a shrill scream. Courtney. I rang the doorbell repeatedly, and I swear I heard bones cracking as if something was growing in size. Then I heard something else shrink in size, the sound being closer to the door than the previous one ... then violent barking. I stepped back, wondering if this was a good decision. As soon as I was about to whip out my phone to call 911, the door opened, and I saw Courtney. Oh, Courtney, hey, I said, smiling and waving. She returned the smile, but ... her smile was wider than usual. Not even close to the kind of smile Courtney would give. Almost as if it wasn't her ... Hey, Lyanna, come in, Courtney said. Lyanna ... Courtney never calls me Lyanna. When I rang the doorbell, I heard something ... What was that? I asked. I swear I saw her smile fade slightly before she answered. My dog gave a fright. Yeah, that's all, Courtney said. I was going to question her further about the other ... noises, but I didn't want to spoil this little hangout. Courtney stepped back and practically dragged me inside the house with so much force it felt inhuman. I covered up my shock with a simple smile. You can stay in the guest bedroom ... upstairs, second door to your right, Courtney explained. I nodded. Glad I brought a small suitcase in case of an extended stay. I'll be off to gardening. See you around? Courtney said before walking away. As I hurled my stuff through the bedroom door, I was surprised to see it was in good shape and well kept. Considering how messed up and sleep-deprived Courtney seemed, I let my suitcase rest somewhere in the corner before sitting down on my bed. I pulled out my phone to text Leah when I had the sudden urge to use the bathroom. I groaned and threw my phone on my bed before getting up and walking out to go find the bathroom. When I came back, I started unpacking and opened the first drawer to put some of my clothes inside when I noticed a dusty journal. Thinking I could get some dirt on my sister, I opened it and started reading. It was normal for a couple of pages, but the last few caught my eye. They were in short sentences and had no background info. September 4th, I just found a dog on my doorstep. I'm going to take it in and call it Rocky. September 5th, he isn't eating his food anymore. September 6th, he's still hungry. September 7th, I don't feel safe with Rocky. September 8th, I don't think Rocky's a dog. September 9th, it's watching me sleep. September 12th, I can't sleep anymore. September 14th, I think it went back to the woods. September 24th, it's back. So when I was around like 6 or 7, I was visiting my Nana, and she gifted me this cute little snow globe that played music when you twisted the bottom. In the middle was a horse that you would see on like a carousel that gently rocked up and down when the music played. The bottom was really pretty metalwork painted gold. And I love this thing because my Nana gifted me tons of little trinkets she collected over the years. It was about 13 years later, I was in high school, and this thing had solely sat on my dresser as decoration for years because it doesn't make music anymore. I had tried over and over again years before, and it didn't work. Keep this in mind, this thing had not made any music or really been touched in about 4 years except for light dusting because it was broken and didn't make music. It's 2 a.m. on a Friday night, and I wake up because I hear one of my mother's several cats jumping around my room. I see our Maine Coon literally giving the death stare to my dresser where the little snow globe was sitting. This thing starts playing music. I immediately said, hell no, picked it up, shook it, and it stops, which is absolutely weird. I lay back down only for it to start a second time, so this time I move it to my closet and lay back down. The cat is now staring at the closet, and the music continues. I get so frustrated I go in my closet and bury the snow globe in clothes because it wouldn't stop and I was exhausted. Let me know if y'all ever had something similar happen. Haunting or possible case of frogging? We'll never know. When I was in my early 20s, I ended up dog sitting for a week at my uncle's place, completely by myself. It was January, and it was freezing outside. The house was built by my grandfather for his sister, who passed away when I was about 6 years old. She died young from cancer. My only memories of her are from those last days when she was in hospice care, right in the living room. Everyone in the family loved her, and I wish I could have known her better. A few years after she passed, my uncle and his partner bought the house and completely renovated it. It's actually a pretty nice place, especially considering it was built in the early 70s. So after my uncle handed me the keys and showed me how to use the security system, I settled in. I was excited to have the place to myself, especially since I usually had roommates and never really got any alone time. But what started as a relaxing week quickly turned into something much more unsettling. On the second day of my stay, we got hit with an Arctic vortex and everything was covered in thick ice and snow. I was basically trapped inside. That second night, I couldn't fall asleep. I just lay there for hours counting sheep. At some point, I started hearing voices that seemed to be coming from outside. I remember thinking, wow, you can really hear the neighbors in this subdivision. Then, about 20 minutes later, the home security system went off. That freaked me out, so I got up to check the alarm. The screen said, basement door ajar. I didn't know what else to do, so I grabbed a knife, not my brightest idea, got the dog, and headed downstairs. Now, the basement is unfinished, and there's a sliding glass door down there. My uncle always puts a bar in the track to keep it from opening, even if it's unlocked. When I got down there, the door was open and the bar had been removed. The ground outside was covered in snow, but there were no footprints. I thought about calling the cops, but then I remembered the stash of weed I had found in the basement and decided against it. To make things worse, I had taken a sleeping pill about 10 minutes before all this happened, so my body was getting heavier and heavier as I searched the house. Eventually, I just collapsed from exhaustion. When I told my friends and family about it later, most of them were skeptical. They said I probably left the door unlocked and that maybe the dog opened it somehow. But that didn't make sense. The dog had been sleeping in my room, and no way could a dog remove the bar and slide open the door. What really got to me later was realizing that the door couldn't be opened from the outside. That meant someone or something was trying to get out. That made it even creepier. Anyway, that was just the beginning of the weird stuff. The next night I was lounging on the couch watching movies when I heard a soft thump, 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 thump against the side of the house. It sounded like someone was throwing a tennis ball at the wall. At first I brushed it off as just the pipes settling in an old house. But then it happened on the opposite side of the house. Thump, thump, thump. The sound started moving around to different sides of the house, always in the same order rhythm. It repeated this pattern 3 times before moving to another part of the house. This went on for about 2 hours, and I was getting really frustrated and annoyed by the constant knocking. Then, just as suddenly as it started, it stopped. Over the next few days, I started noticing things being out of place. I'd set something down, and later it would be somewhere else. At first, I thought I was just being forgetful. So I decided to get more organized. I started closing doors behind me to make sure I wouldn't misplace things. I even laid out my work uniform and shoes on the kitchen table to make getting ready in the mornings easier. When the ice and snow finally cleared up, I went back to work. That morning I got up early, took a shower, and everything seemed fine. None of my stuff was out of place, and I was about to head out the door. I saw my shirt and shoes at the table and thought, great, everything's here and going smoothly. But when I bent down to tie my shoes and reach for my shirt, it was gone. I had just seen it folded and ready to go the night before, and now it was missing. I started feeling crazy as I searched the house, getting more and more stressed about being late for work. Eventually, I found my shirt in the spare bedroom, crumpled up in a ball and thrown into the corner of the room. I was so confused and frustrated as I made my way to work. Later that day, when I got back, I let the dog out through the basement sliding door. As I sat inside, avoiding the cold, I heard soft footsteps upstairs, moving from one side of the house to the other. I grabbed the dog and checked the whole place again, but of course I found nothing. At this point, I started doubting my own sanity. I wondered if I was slipping into some kind of psychosis. The footsteps happened again the next day. On the last day of my stay, one of my friends came over to help me tidy up the house before my uncle returned. We were sitting downstairs while the dog was outside, both of us looking at our phones, when I heard the footsteps again. My friend didn't believe me at first when I told her about all the weird things happening, but this time I decided to stay quiet and see if she heard it too. Suddenly, she looked up at me with wide, scared eyes. "Do you hear that?" she whispered. "There's someone up there," she said, pointing in the direction of the footsteps as they moved from one side of the house to the other. Then she jumped up and said, "I'm leaving right now." I had never felt so vindicated in my life. After doubting me the entire time, she was suddenly terrified. When my uncle and his partner got back, I asked them if they had ever experienced anything strange in the house. My uncle's partner said he once saw a woman in a white dress walking down their hallway. He also sometimes hears music playing from nowhere. Strangely, though, my uncle's dog never acted weird during my stay. If he had, it would have freaked me out even more. I still struggle to make sense of what happened. Sometimes I wonder if there was someone secretly hiding in the house, living in some unchecked corner. But then again, I don't think a person could have done some of the things I experienced. It's troubling, to say the least. Have any of you felt conflicted after experiencing similar phenomena? Felt like an experience could be due to a person hiding rather than a haunting? Honestly, I almost want to believe it was just a person. But if it really was someone behind all that, I'd be way more freaked out than if it were just a haunting. One day back in the mid-90s, I was like 13 years old, after school playing video games with my best friend at the time, Miguel, and we both saw something weird. To understand the story, the setup of the house entrance is relevant. Front door is in a corner, next to a flat wall, so when you enter the house, you had two options. Go straight 7 feet to the stairs that would lead to the second floor, or go left into the living room, then the dining room. So the wall was on the right side of the door. It had a tall and thin mirror next to the door, but when the door was fully open at the 90-degree angle, it would be parallel to the wall, leaving the mirror hidden behind the door. If you swung the door open hard enough, the doorknob would hit the wall, leaving a mark. I hope this description makes sense. On the left side of the door, there was a small one-seat couch, next to a little table with a landline phone, and a phone book. Next to it was the main TV with video game consoles of Nintendo, Super Nintendo, and Sega Genesis, and the rest of the living room. I grew up Catholic and my friend Miguel was Jehovah's Witness, but none of us were rather religious. We loved playing MK, reading X-Men comics, and listening to hard rock, though I was more into 90s modern and he was into 70s classic, so our backgrounds were somewhat different. Miguel and I were sitting on the carpeted floor, in front of the TV playing video games. Then all of a sudden my older brother, let's call him Dan, who was like 15, opened the door aggressively, slamming the wall next to it, and ran up the stairs yelling something unintelligible. He left the door open. I paused the game and asked my friend, what did my brother say? Miguel replied, I don't know, I couldn't understand him. So I stood up and walked in front of the open door and looked towards the stairs and yelled to my brother, what? No response. What did you say? No response. Dan, no response. I look at my friend and ask, did he talk to me when he came in? Miguel answers, I don't know. I couldn't understand what he said, so I continued my last attempt. At this point, I probably should have gone up the stairs to see, but I was a dumb teen. A bit lazy. I had a guest and a game on pause. So I just yelled louder, Dan, what did you say? Did you want something? No response. Then all of a sudden the front door swung open, hitting me hard on my back with the doorknob. It hurt. It was my brother dashing in, shoved me out of the way without skipping a beat, yelling, move it, woos, and ran up the stairs loudly and slammed his bedroom door. I staggered a bit from the pain, and I looked at my friend, embarrassed for just being big brother bullied in front of him, but he was staring back at me wide-eyed with his mouth slightly ajar. I asked, what, Miguel, your brother was already upstairs, then the occurrence of everything hit me, and as I closed the door slowly, I said, and the door was already open, right? He left the door open the first time. Miguel, but if he left it open and it was open, how did he open it again and hit you in the back? I touched my back where the door hit me near the kidney when he said that. Is he upstairs now? I asked. I took a step or two near the stairs and yelled, Dan. We hear my brother's door open, and he runs back down a bit slower this time, wearing shorts and sneakers and holding a basketball in his hand. What do you want, woos? He said. I asked, did you just come in hitting me with the door and pushing me to the side, or did you just run up the stairs when you came in? He answered, you can't stand in front of the door with your back to it like that because you're going to get hit when someone opens the door. It said, door. Tell Mom I went to play basketball back at the play school and left. Stereotypical big brother interaction, I know. Miguel and I were left confused. We looked at each other, eyebrows raised. He did come in first, right? I asked, doubting what I had just witnessed. Miguel said, FK. That was hardcore scary. Are there ghosts in your house? He asked. I knew there was paranormal activity in my house, but I had never had an experience like that. Normally just a shadow here, footsteps there, appliances turning on, finding things out of place. I said yes, but it's different. I opened the door against the wall, and we recounted what happened. The door was open like this, and I was standing here in front of it. I didn't close it, did I? I asked. Miguel said no, because sunlight was coming in. I continued. I turned around and was yelling. Then we didn't see it close, but my brother opened it like it just appeared closed and he came in. Miguel, that's impossible. It's like reality changed. He exclaimed. Back then we didn't have the expression glitch in the Matrix, nor terms like time skip. I might have used those terms then had I known them. I continued, and then he went upstairs yelling something. Then he came in again and hit me and pushed me aside. Miguel, yeah, he came in the house and then came in again. It doesn't make sense. Then I asked, did you see the sunlight coming through the door, fade away or something? Miguel, I don't think so. I don't remember exactly. It happened very fast, like in a second. Things were different, but never stopped continuing. After a bit more mulling over it, we sat down and continued playing. We kept exclaiming stuff like that was weird, but at one point Miguel said, dude, I'm scared. I don't want to be here. Let's get to my house, so we left. Next couple days, we recounted our story at school, and it became our go-to story whenever spooky stories were shared, but it never got the same cool reactions as the other more colorful stories people told featuring scary voices and Ouija boards, or the ever-so-common my grandpa saw blank in the wilderness, but we had what others didn't witness. We would look for each other for validation. It really did happen. You can ask Miguel. To this day, we're in our 40s and have grown somewhat apart. But when I tell that story locally, I can still refer to him. You can ask Miguel. He was there. It really did happen. Edited several times LOL for spelling, syntax, and context. I'm 25 years old and am still in the paying my dues phase of life. I graduated high school with less than average grades and am now going to a technical college while working part-time. My family is well off. Mom's a lawyer and Dad is an airplane mechanic. But I wanted to make a name for myself just like they did. So that's why I've been grinding so hard lately. The only thing is, my family's home is on the outskirts of town. To make it into the city, I have to drive almost an hour every single day. My parents could tell this was getting to me, so they had an idea. I had an uncle who was also an airplane mechanic and even taught my dad the tricks of the trade. Unfortunately, though, he passed away about 6 months ago due to an illness. He had no wife or kids, so when he died, everything was left to his little brother. Among his belongings was a nice home about 5 minutes away from town. My dad thought I could cut down on my gas by moving there. I didn't see a problem with this, especially since it was so close to civilization. So with a shrug of my shoulders, I said, okay, the story I'm about to tell is what happened while I lived in that house. I remember it was a bright and sunny day, sweltering hot in fact. My dad and I pulled up to the home with most of my belongings in tow. The house was 2 stories tall and painted a hunter's green color. Aside from a few loose tiles and chipping paint, it was a nice place. I remembered staying here a few times when I was a kid. My uncle was pretty boring and had nothing for children to do. In fact, there was only one TV in the entire house. Inside, I noticed that mostly everything was unchanged, albeit some sheets covering the furniture to keep dust off. I noticed a photograph sitting atop the mantel. It was a picture of me, my dad, and my uncle when we went fishing many years ago. My uncle was a quiet man that never had much to say. I often wondered why he never had a family of his own. When I asked, he'd say that he was old and contrary, always following up with a giggle. He used to tell me how important hard work was, how I could get anything I wanted and never have to beg if I sweated for it. While we weren't that close, I could honestly say I'd miss him. After the trip down memory lane, my dad and I started hauling in my belongings. I didn't have much, just a TV, clothes, and game consoles. In the middle of moving, I picked up on something odd. The house seemed to give off a very strange odor. I couldn't put my finger on it, maybe a dead rat in the walls if I had to guess. My uncle had been gone a while, so I figured that was normal. Maybe some air fresheners would make that go away. After a few hours of heavy lifting, I was settled into my new bachelor pad. Well, it wasn't new, but it was going to be my home for the time being. I felt a tinge of excitement. This was really a new start for me. My first shot at a little thing called adulthood. My first night there had me pretty nervous. I hugged my dad goodbye, and now it was just me in this old house. It all seemed so big for a guy just moving out of his childhood bedroom. While laying in bed watching a movie, I began to hear some strange noises. Light thuds and creaks echoed just outside my new bedroom. The house itself was pretty old, and my uncle lived here for over 40 years. So I chalked it up to the foundation settling. After my flick, I went to sleep, dreading the day of school and work ahead of me. After a few days passed, things seemed relatively normal. Albeit that strange smell that didn't seem to go away. I sprayed air freshener, mopped the floors. But nothing seemed to get rid of that odd scent. Not only that, but sometimes it felt as if someone was watching me, like eyes drilling into the back of my head, but I ended up blaming it on adult life jitters. Though there was one night that I still can't explain. I had come home from a tough day at work when I noticed something off. When I left that morning, every light was off and the doors were locked. Upon returning, however, my home was fully illuminated. I quickly killed my engine and looked on in confusion. My parents would have called if they were coming over and I had the only key in my pocket. Things got worse as I noticed 3 silhouettes walking around inside. Naturally, my next move was to dial 911 and wait in fear. Who was in my house and why my uncle never had any problems with burglars? About 5 minutes later, 3 police cars pulled up next to me. Once I explained the situation, they drew their guns and inched towards my house. About 5 cops took up position and kicked my door in. It was safe to say I was scared to death. Was I really about to witness a shootout? It took a while, but eventually the policemen came out wearing some annoyed looks. They explained to me that there was no one in my house. I argued that I had just seen 3 people moving around, but they looked at me like I was a crazed addict. even giving me a pat-down and a sobriety test. Seeing I was clean, the men implored me to go inside and get some rest. Maybe I had left the lights on and was just overreacting a bit. I still ended up calling my parents and sharing my harrowing tale, though at the time they were away on vacation, and acted as if I was interrupting their good time, telling me that if I changed the locks and got cameras, everything would be fine. So I tried my best to forget about it, putting this strange moment behind me. Time passed and unfortunately odd things kept happening. I would be at home on my days off watching movies and playing video games, when suddenly I would hear voices calling out to me from other rooms. They cried out for help, and it was always the same when I went to investigate ... a soul in sight. Top this off with that damn smell and I became so stressed out. I started picking up more hours at work so I didn't have to be in that house. It seemed like whenever I was there I just felt horrible, like all the bricks and boards had some kind of hold over me. Then one evening I had an experience that brought me to my wit's end. I was fast asleep in my bed when I had this weird dream. I saw two little girls about 4 and 6 running down a long hallway. One had matted blonde hair and a ripped-up nightgown. Tears streamed down her face, but she tried to keep quiet. The other had short brown hair and a sense of bravery about her. While afraid herself, she wasn't going to let the other child know it, imploring her to keep running and not make any sounds. They ran and ran, eventually reaching a door at the end of a hallway. The older child reached for the handle, confident that freedom was in their grasp. Unfortunately, as the door opened, someone blocked their path. It was a tall and very scary-looking man. I couldn't see his face, but the girls' horrified expressions were enough. The man reached out for them, squashing any hopes of escaping. Before I could see what happened next, I awoke in a cold sweat, unable to catch my breath. Thinking it was just a nightmare, I got up to get myself a sip of water. But as I opened my bedroom door, I got the biggest shock of my life, as the same two girls from my dream ran right past me holding hands. They made it to the end of the hallway before disappearing, right before they were able to reach the same door from my dream. I instantly dropped to my knees and screamed. So overcome with grief that I was now crying myself, I called my parents and asserted that something was going on in this house. At this point, my mom suggested that there had to be a carbon monoxide leak or mold making me sick. I bought it, so we decided that it was time to remodel. The house needed work, so why not do it instead of being poisoned to death? I ended up taking a couple days off work and my dad bought all the supplies. We were ready to go and started with the dilapidated old basement. Down there was nothing but spider webs and a few old Christmas trees. I had high hopes that the renovation would take care of all the problems I'd been having. It was going to be hard work, but I'm sure in the end I would have a normal place to live. Or so I thought, as we started digging into the dirt floor. We found something that no words in my vocabulary could describe. Below the dirt were hundreds upon hundreds of bones. At first we thought it could be an animal's bones. My uncle had a few pets. But the more we dug, the more horrors we unearthed. Skulls, human spinal cords, and even clothing. Tattered and dirty outfits that belonged to children. The smell from before also got worse, so bad that we couldn't keep from gagging. Once out of the basement, my dad didn't hesitate to call the police. Both of us sat silent while waiting, unsure of what to do. Once the cops arrived, they couldn't believe what was down there. Within minutes, my home, "Hey, stop there right now, it's the police," is what I hear after robbing a store, and I run as fast as I can. Damn, I thought I was good robbing stuff by now. I guess we all have our off days and I am running. I guess this counts as my exercise, right? Anyhow, as I am running away, the two police officers chasing me start reporting me to other police officers through their walkie-talkies. They start to describe my appearance and I was really shocked. They said that I looked to be in my 20s, tall and of strong muscular build. I couldn't believe it, and I turned around and stopped running. They arrested me, but I didn't get sent to jail. I had to do voluntary work and clean up areas. I looked in the mirror and I saw myself as the opposite of what the two police officers had described me. When my voluntary work was done, I couldn't trust mirrors anymore. What if what I was seeing in the mirrors was completely wrong? I needed honesty, and police officers were the most honest, and especially when they are confronted by crime. I wanted an honest answer. In the mirror, I saw an ugly, decrepit individual who is basically a loser. So I robbed someone in front of some police officers. I started running again, and the police officer chasing me started talking on his walkie-talkie to other police officers. He started describing me as a tall, strong-looking individual. I couldn't believe it. In reflective shop windows, I saw myself as this scrawny, ugly-looking guy, but the police officer describing me was saying the opposite. I didn't know who to trust, and I managed to get away from the police officer. It could be maybe the mirrors were lying to me and purposely making me to look ugly. I started committing more crimes out in the open in front of police officers. The things they described about me, it was amazing. Most of the time I got caught because I just had to thank the police officers for how they described me. Then someone told me that the police officers were just lying about my appearance as a way to get me to stop running. It made sense, but I couldn't buy it. Why would police officers lie? Then I decided to ruin my appearance through use of acid. Then when I shot someone in the face in front of officers, the way they described my appearance, they described me as a burn-like appearance individual. They were telling the truth. Police officers are better than mirrors. Then when the guy I had killed, whose body became possessed by something, started biting people, the police started chasing him. They described him as a demonic-looking fella. Police officers are truly better than mirrors. He was thrown into utter chaos. With what seemed like the entire police force surrounding the area, detectives and coroners filled the basement. We watched in shock as they carted out 15 body bags, with that putrid smell permeating from each one. I guess I know where it came from now. Eventually, an officer told us that this was an active crime scene and that we had to vacate the premises. Back at my parents', we were still so shocked. What was the story here? Why were all these people dead? I'll never forget that evening as we all sat in the living room. The news came on and there was my house. The reporter standing outside said that more than 15 people were killed and buried here. Mostly little girls. The police were unsure of how they died, but within a few days the information would rush in like a flood. After DNA tests and combing every inch of the property, they concluded that my uncle was a serial killer. For years he had kidnapped kids and done unspeakable things to them. News vans filled the driveway of our family's home, demanding for us to come out and provide some explanation. My parents were inconsolable. They couldn't believe my uncle could hurt anyone, much less a child. My dad took it really hard, in disbelief that his older brother was capable of such atrocities. I couldn't understand it either. That man babysat me and was present at every gathering. It was safe to say that I had years of therapy ahead of me. As for the house, we obviously had it demolished. How could someone live in a place that laid claim to such horror? There was also one other thing I was sure of now. I never believed in the paranormal or ghosts, but the voices I heard pleading for help. The little girls I saw, terrified and running for their lives. My uncle slaughtered them all, and they were trying to let me know. As time went on, we moved away. My dad ended up retiring early and became a recluse. Who could blame him? As for me, I finished school and started my career. But I'll never forget the notorious serial killer that was my uncle. It's dark. And still. I'm not blind. I try to blink away the inky blackness, but I see nothing. The air is damp, thick, and warm, like breath. It's tinged with a faint, sickly sweetness that reminds me of spoiled meat. My hands and feet are tingling, and the feeling begins to return to them. It's hard to flex my fingers, but I put everything into stretching them out and then clenching my fists. As the sensation, like tiny fireworks, comes back, I realize that I'm standing on something soft and yielding. It feels sort of like fine beach sand, the kind that you run through when you're barefoot and it's scorching the bottoms of your feet, but no matter how hard you try, you seem to be going slower than you should. There's a faint sound, a murmur, as if a crowd of people was some distance away whispering and muttering to themselves. I'm reminded of the sound of a theater in the moments before a play begins, when the audience is just about to get restless before the curtain rises. The damp air clings to my lungs as I try to breathe, and I'm suddenly very aware of the fact that I am alone, in the dark, in a place that I do not belong. Why am I here? I was walking to my car after work when? Nothing. It's blank. My wife probably has dinner ready. Or it's already cold. With a rush, I realize that I don't have my watch. I don't have anything. I'm naked. The warm, thick air kept the feeling of nakedness away from my perception, but now I'm keenly aware of it. Naked in the dark, standing on soft and yielding earth. I'm beginning to see shapes in the darkness. It seems as though the blackness is not as absolute as I thought. Horizontal lines in the distance, and a curved ceiling high above me. My breath catches in my throat as I register that I'm in an arena of some kind. Pictures of the Colosseum flash through my brain, but this is nothing like what I remember of it. There's ground, for one, and a ceiling. I'm inside something absolutely enormous. Without warning, a harsh grating sound starts some distance behind me. I turn and can faintly make out what looks like a gigantic door opening in the wall. It's not a way out. Even in the dim light as my eyes are adjusting, I can tell that the darkness is complete beyond that threshold. No exit that way. The air grows even thicker as a sickly yellow spotlight pierces the darkness and blinds me. The light stabs my eyes with pain, and I shield them as best I can. The murmur grows louder, and I hear a few chuckles. There's a crowd here. An audience. Sparse laughter peppers the air as I rub my eyes and blink blindly into the spotlight. With a lurch, the spotlight swings up to the door, and I can see it. The clawed foot emerging from the depths of that portal looks like raw, scabbed meat caked with what looks like mud. It's cracked like a dried river, and from this distance I honestly can't tell if it's broken skin or just dirt. With a dull thud, the foot lifts up and settles back down. I can tell from the way that its weight shifts that another foot is about to come out, and I'm paralyzed with anticipation as it does. The thing looks as piteous as it does horrible. Ragged skin is stretched over what looks like an enormous human torso without arms or a head. In the middle of its head, there's a gaping hole with jagged and misshapen teeth jutting out of red gums, angry with infection or blood, or both. A sound like something gasping for air comes out of the hole, and I hear the crowd around me begin to clap and cheer. The thing seems blind. At least I can't see any eyes. But it's huge, at least as large as a 2-story building. For a second, spotlight pops and sizzles and comes to life, trained back on me. The crowd cheers and jeers, and it's impossible to tell who or what they're cheering for. The thing in the doorway turns slowly toward me, and I feel a sudden warm wetness on my leg. The sharp scent of urine pierces my nostrils through the damp air. The crowd laughs, and I know then who they are rooting for. With unexpected speed, the thing begins barreling toward me. It's about 50 yards away at first, but the distance closes more quickly than I thought possible. I feel the adrenaline rush hit as my heart starts pounding and a faint buzzing starts in my ears. The dim light of the arena now gives me enough light to see that I am surrounded on all sides by what looks like a smooth white wall about 30 feet high. Dark brown is smeared all over the lower part, and I imagine that it must be dried blood. I'm not going to make it to dinner, and my wife is going to be upset. It's spaghetti night. We would eat, watch a movie or some TV, and then go to bed. So mundane, banal even. Taken for granted. The thought slashes through my mind. I can see her disappointment and worry as she wonders where I am and what I'm doing at work so late, but the vision is lost. I run. I stumble. I scramble. The thing continues pounding toward me, and its breath hits me damp and rotten. The spotlights are trying to follow us, but they mostly swing wildly about the arena, and I can briefly make out the opening that the thing came from. I don't care. I run for it as the thing crashes over me. Without arms, it lunges and falls into me, knocking me forward and out of its reach. The crowd laughs as I fall down and then boos when it realizes that I'm still alive. I'm covered and crusted in moist earth, and I notice for the first time that it smells of sewage. The thing pushes itself awkwardly back up as I clamber toward the door. There's probably no way out, but I'm not thinking about that. The blood rushes in my ears and my heart pounds, and my feet push through the wet ground, and I feel the mud drown and the sewage squish through my toes, and the thing behind me is getting closer and closer as I push and stain myself forward. Arms and legs pumping as I scramble ahead. With each lunge of the creature behind me, the dull roar of the crowd above me increases in intensity. It crescendos just as I reach the opening am. Solid. It's just painted black. A huge black square painted on the white wall. My naked body sticks to it slightly, like when you sit on hot leather. It's not paint. The unmistakable metallic scent of blood stings my nose. My brain barely has a moment to grasp this fact as I spin around and see the thing about 10 feet away and coming fast. I leap to my left, trying desperately to get away. A sharp and intense pain screams through my left leg as I jerk to a stop midair. My body hits the ground hard and knocks the air out of my lungs, but I don't think about that. My scream rips through the air and I frantically dig and claw at the wet ground. Above me, the crowd laughs and cheers and claps as the thing leans forward, pushing my hips into the wet ground. I can't get away. The pain is beyond anything, but it's already dimming. I think about the ground and the stinking of spaghetti, and I see my wife smile and frown as she wonders where I am, and I feel the flesh rip and the bones break, and I scream. Oh, do I scream. I scream until I can't feel anything, and the blackness begins to fill my vision again, and the cheers and jeers of the crowd begin to fade, and I can't see or hear or feel or think. It's dark. Dark. And still. There's a distant pressure on my lower back like someone is trying to pop my spine for me. I almost smile for a brief moment. Brilliant colors suddenly burst in my vision and I smell dinner and hear laughter, and then I don't hear or feel anything. My mother had been kidnapped a year ago and I have been lost ever since. Everyone has moved on and she has been declared missing. I do miss her, and the food I have been relying is mainly takeaway. There is nothing like homemade mother's cooking. She was living with me, and when I came home from work, she would make sure that I had something to eat. The world has moved on now and I must come home to no mother. Everyone needs a mother, and you don't realize the things they do until they are gone. Then a new cafe opened up and I went in there all alone. I don't feel like talking to anyone anymore. I have been mocked and called a mother's boy. I don't know anymore and I am just passing through life. Then as I got a table for one and ordered a meat pie, I didn't expect much from it. Then as I started to eat the meat pie, I couldn't believe it. It tasted exactly like my mother would cook it, and right down to the smallest millimeter it tasted like her cooking. The texture and love, and it had a mother's warmth. I paid them way over the amount and just walked off. I couldn't believe that pie tasted like my mother's cooking. I went back into that cafe, and anything I ordered from there, it tastes exactly like my mother's cooking. Then the owner of the cafe sat next to me and randomly said that he was my father. He showed me pictures of my mother when she was young and when I was a little boy. We got a DNA test, and he was indeed my father. I was always told that he ran away never to be seen again. I got to know him, and one day when I ordered more food from my father's cafe, it tasted exactly like my mother's cooking. I started crying and I asked my father where he had been all my life. Then he said I got out of prison a year ago, and then things started clicking together. He had a sinister look about him now. You have always been a mother boy even when you were a child. So I tried to kill you and I got put in prison for years, my father told me. Where's Mom? I shouted at him. She down the cellar and she cooked all your meals. She really does love you, but boys who receive too much love from their mothers become weak men. Then someone locked the cafe door and I was the only customer there. My father explained to me about how much he hates mother boys. It's better this way, and at least I get to die with my mother as it beats living without her. It's okay to cry, Dylan. He was not just your grandpa, he was like a father to you. My mother was squeezing my shoulder as tears started running down her cheeks. She loved him too. And I have not cried yet. Not when he was in hospice. Not even at his funeral. For some reason, I just can't. I am lucky he was in my life for 25 years, yet it wasn't long enough, not in the least. I just squeezed her hand. I never knew my real father. I just knew he was a bad guy who left town. I only know Grandpa stepped up. We were sitting in the lawyer's office. Sterile white walls and corny paintings, smelling like cheap soap. The executor pulled out a navy envelope, going through everything. I tuned all of it out until I heard my name. He handed over a weathered brown envelope. It had Grandpa's handwriting with 2 words for Dylan, and handed it to me. Something metallic and heavy slipped out of the envelope into my hand. It was a set of keys with a horseshoe keychain. I closed my eyes and drifted into memories. Isn't that super unsafe? I asked Grandpa, pointing to the rearview mirror. The antique Chevy truck was very typical. Brick red 1982 model with yellow-brown seats that felt like burlap. The car smelled like pine needles and rusty tools. Yet there was always one oddity about the truck. There was a piece of black tape on the rearview mirror. It was impossible to use. Never bothered him, though. Just looked straight ahead. I'm sure if a cop pulled us over, it would be an expensive ticket. Grandpa always gave some sort of nervous excuse like, oh, I've been meaning to get it fixed. The glass broke, just taped it. That day I had a sudden urge to peel back the tape. My hand moved to pick at it. With surprising swiftness and tenacity, Grandpa slapped my small hand away. I flinched in shock. Don't touch it. Do you understand? It's for your own good, he commanded in a loud, no-nonsense voice. His eyes darted to the empty back seat, then caught my shocked gaze as he turned to watch the road. It was a silent ride home after that. I felt the heat of embarrassment. Never brought it up again. His truck, his rules, I guess. The next day I noticed the truck wasn't in the driveway. I shrugged it off and went to ride my bike around the farm. As I was riding up the path, I caught a glimpse of my grandpa backing the truck into the barn. He put a chain on the barn door. locking it with his keys, a horseshoe keychain gleaming in the sunlight. Then we played catch before my mom cooked dinner. I got to the barn around dusk. I wanted to get a head start on going through his things. The estate sale was tomorrow, and my mother told me to take what was special and important to me before all the buzzards picked away at his life and things he couldn't take in death. The keys were cold in my fingers as I unlocked the rusty chain. There were various boxes, tools, metal signs, yet what stood out the most was Grandpa's red truck. Besides the dust, it looked like it was in good condition. I put the key in the ignition. The truck rumbled to life. I carefully pull it out of the barn and onto the dark country road. I look up at the rearview mirror, and there it is, the black tape. I rip it off carefully and slowly and look into the mirror. To my shock, I realize that I am not alone. There is a man in the back seat. A stranger, someone I have never seen before, but looks oddly familiar. Red hair, blue eyes, ... He looks a lot like me, except for the fact he has a bleeding bullet hole gaping out of his forehead. Pale purple veins under his eye and black droplets oozing out of his mouth. Dark red chunks were leaking out of his ears. He seems to be unaware of my presence, looking out the window. I'm too scared to stop the car, so I just keep driving. Then he started talking to himself. I didn't mean to hit her. I couldn't stop. I lost my temper. He murmured. Who? I whispered. I looked behind me, gaping at the empty seat. I looked back at the mirror to the same sight as before, the man now beating violently on the window. She wanted to leave. She can't leave. That stupid bitch. That kid she's carrying probably isn't mine. Then that bastard did it. I didn't deserve to go. It was just a few times he hissed. I pulled the truck over and quickly put the black tape back on the rear view. The back seat was empty again. Quiet. The road was dark and silent back to the barn as I felt the cold rush of fear continue to pulse through my veins. Then it clicked. The man in the back seat was my real father. Was this who my grandfather was seeing in the back seat all these years? Was this why the tape was on the rear view? The sob escapes my chest. I haven't been able to cry about his death until now. As I sit in the darkness, the tears rolling on the steering wheel, I feel a warmth of his love radiate through my soul. He wasn't just my grandpa. He was my hero. I take out the truck a few times a year. The black tape doesn't bother me anymore. I just take the memories of Grandpa and enjoy the ride, keeping my eyes on the road.
It's okay to cry, Dylan. He was not just your grandpa. He was like a father to you.
My mother was squeezing my shoulder as tears started running down her cheeks. She loved him too. I have not cried yet. Not when he was in hospice. Not even at his funeral. For some reason, I just can't. I am lucky he was in my life for 25 years. Yet it wasn't long enough. Not in the least. I just squeezed her hand. I never knew my real father. I just knew he was a bad guy who left town. I only know Grandpa stepped up. We were sitting in the lawyer's office. Sterile white walls and corny paintings smelling like cheap soap. The executor pulled out a navy envelope, going through everything. I tuned all of it out until I heard my name. He handed over a weathered brown envelope. It had Grandpa's handwriting with 2 words for Dylan and handed it to me. Something metallic and heavy slipped out of the envelope into my hand. It was a set of keys with a horseshoe keychain. I closed my eyes and drifted into memories. Isn't that super unsafe? I asked Grandpa, pointing to the rearview mirror. The antique Chevy truck was very typical. Brick red 1982 model with yellow-brown seats that felt like burlap. The car smelled like pine needles and rusty tools. Yet there was always one oddity about the truck. There was a piece of black tape on the rearview mirror. It was impossible to use. Never bothered him, though, just looked straight ahead. I'm sure if a cop pulled us over, it would be an expensive ticket. Grandpa always gave some sort of nervous excuse like, oh, I've been meaning to get it fixed. The glass broke, just taped it. That day I had a sudden urge to peel back the tape. My hand moved to pick at it. With surprising swiftness and tenacity, Grandpa slapped my small hand away. I flinched in shock. Don't touch it. Do you understand? It's for your own good, he commanded in a loud, no-nonsense voice. His eyes darted to the empty back seat, then caught my shocked gaze as he turned to watch the road. It was a silent ride home after that. I felt the heat of embarrassment. Never brought it up again. His truck, his rules, I guess. The next day I noticed the truck wasn't in the driveway. I shrugged it off and went to ride my bike around the farm. As I was riding up the path, I caught a glimpse of my grandpa backing the truck into the barn. He put a chain on the barn door, locking it with his keys, a horseshoe keychain gleaming in the sunlight. Then we played catch before my mom cooked dinner. I got to the barn around dusk. I wanted to get a head start on going through his things. The estate sale was tomorrow, and my mother told me to take what was special and important to me before all the buzzards picked away at his life and things he couldn't take in death. The keys were cold in my fingers as I unlocked the rusty chain. There were various boxes, tools, metal signs, yet what stood out the most was Grandpa's red truck. Besides the dust, it looked like it was in good condition. I put the key in the ignition. The truck rumbled to life. I carefully pull it out of the barn and onto the dark country road. I look up at the rearview mirror, and there it is, the black tape. I rip it off, carefully and slowly, and look into the mirror. To my shock, I realize that I am not alone. There is a man in the back seat. For a stranger, someone I have never seen before, but looks oddly familiar. Red hair, blue eyes, ... He looks a lot like me. Except for the fact he has a bleeding bullet hole gaping out of his forehead. Pale purple veins under his eye and black droplets oozing out of his mouth. Dark red chunks were leaking out of his ears. He seems to be unaware of my presence, looking out the window. I'm too scared to stop the car, so I just keep driving. Then he started talking to himself. I didn't mean to hit her. I couldn't stop. I lost my temper, he murmured. Who? I whispered. I looked behind me, gaping at the empty seat. I looked back at the mirror to the same side as before, the man now beating violently on the window. She wanted to leave. She can't leave. That stupid bitch. That kid she's carrying probably isn't mine. Then that bastard did it. I didn't deserve to go. It was just a few times he hissed. I pulled the truck over and quickly put the black tape back on the rear view. The back seat was empty again. Quiet. The road was dark and silent back to the barn as I felt the cold rush of fear continue to pulse through my veins. Then it clicked. The man in the back seat was my real father. Was this who my grandfather was seeing in the back seat all these years? Was this why the tape was on the rear view? The sob escapes my chest. I haven't been able to cry about his death until now. As I sit in the darkness, the tears rolling on the steering wheel, I feel a warmth of his love radiate through my soul. He wasn't just my grandpa. He was my hero. I take out the truck a few times a year. The black tape doesn't bother me anymore. I just take the memories of Grandpa and enjoy the ride, keeping my eyes on the road. I consider myself to be agnostic when it comes to anything supernatural, ghosts, religion, etc. I don't believe in it, but I also realize there's a big universe out there, and I don't know about understand everything. I'm open to being proven wrong. All that said, I have one instance in my life that I cannot completely explain away. When I was in my 20s, my ex-wife and I lived in a side-by-side duplex owned by her brother. Her brother had a roommate who he'd met through me, a lifelong friend of mine. So naturally, all four of us spent a lot of time together. One of the brothers' favorite activities was just to go out driving, listening to music and chatting. We lived in a safe area in small-town Wisconsin, so we made it a point to drive out to spots we weren't super familiar with to see what we could see. One spring evening just before dusk, we decided to go for a drive. Due to me being quite tall and having a bad leg, I would always ride shotgun. My friend and my ex-wife were sitting on either side of the back seat. We drove off into a rural area not too far from town. The area was hilly, heavily forested, and seemed like it'd be nice to look at as the sun went down. Throughout the drive, we were all chatting mostly about nerd stuff since we're a bunch of gamers. I'd look in the rearview mirror rather than crane my neck around every time I wanted to say something. Around the time that the sun was mostly down, I glanced into the mirror again. Between my ex and my friend, I saw a shadow shaped like a thin, feminine person with long hair falling over its shoulders. I jumped, turned to look into the back seat, and the shadow was no longer there. One of them, I can't remember which, asked me what was wrong. I just said nothing. I thought I saw something behind us. After we got home, the night proceeded as normal. Eventually, we went to bed. Around 3 in the morning, I started to stir, hearing a distant sound. I opened my eyes, and several feet above the bed, I saw the same shadowy figure. This time, the long hair was even more obvious as it seemed to float around the head, like it was being blown in the wind. I quickly sat up, looked again, and just like before, the shadow was gone, but the noise was still there. It took me a moment to realize what it was running water. I looked over and my ex-wife was asleep. She'd fallen asleep before I had, and when I went to bed, there'd been no source of running water. I got up, walked through the house, and found that all of the faucets, both upstairs and downstairs, had been turned on. At this point, I'm rationalizing everything. The thing over the bed was just me seeing things while still half asleep. The water was one of the guys playing a joke on me after seeing me get spooked in the car. We aren't the sort of friends that prank each other, but nothing else made sense. The next morning I spoke to my ex-wife, her brother, and our friend. None of them would admit to turning the faucets on. I told them the whole story, laughing it off as my tired mind playing tricks on me. They agreed that was probably it, even though none of us had a good explanation for the water. Despite all that laughing and the many times we all went driving after that, my brother-in-law never chose to take us up into those woods again. It was summer break, and my friends and I were out driving around just doing stupid stuff. I had just gotten into my dream college, so we were all enjoying life. We were cruising around aimlessly when, around 2 a.m., we decided to hit up a Waffle House. We had the munchies, and my friend Aiden wanted to get a ton of food. He had the money, so why not? As soon as we walked in, the employee looked annoyed. We figured it was because it was late and he didn't want to be working, but we were hungry, so we ignored it. After a while, we got some food. I honestly don't even remember what, and sat down to eat. I was sitting by the window and I glanced outside. There was a tall man near our car staring in our direction. It freaked me out a bit, but I didn't mention anything because I didn't think much of it. A few minutes later, my friend Henry let out an audible gasp. The guy was now right beside us, standing just behind the window. I jumped and took a closer look. This guy was unbelievably tall, like a world record tall. Despite this, the worker didn't seem to care. The man kept staring at us, his chest rising and falling with each deep breath. He wasn't smiling. In fact, he looked pissed, like we had done something to him. I glanced over at my friends, trying to laugh it off even though I was shaken. As we started to get up, the man said my name, my actual name. I nearly lost it. I didn't want to leave. This dude was right outside and probably waiting for us. After what felt like an eternity, he finally walked away. It was too dark to see where he went, but thankfully, it wasn't toward our car. We finished eating and decided to leave as soon as we could. We first checked everywhere in the car. The trunk was empty, and the seats were all empty. I got in first and locked the door. And after a few seconds, my friend sat beside me. I went to grab my phone and looked up to see not my friend, but that man. He tried to grab me, but I swung, not even a proper swing, just enough to keep him from grabbing me. I ran toward my friends who were heading to the car and told them to call the cops. The guy ran out of the car and disappeared somewhere. I really wish the story ended here, but it didn't. We got to my friend's apartment and the police arrived and took our statements. It still didn't end there. We were still shaken up when we got back to the apartment, but after smoking a little, we kind of forgot about it, until we heard a knock at the door. It was a pizza guy, and we didn't remember ordering anything, so we asked him to lift his head. The second we said that, he started screaming, full on yelling. And you guessed it, it was the same guy from earlier. Aiden grabbed an iron bat, and in one quick motion, opened the door and swung, knocking him out. This time, the police arrived much faster and arrested him. His name was Eric Wei Chen. I haven't forgotten this incident, and even though I'm now hundreds of miles away, I still get paranoid anytime alone. It was summer break, and my friends and I were out driving around just doing stupid stuff. I had just gotten into my dream college, so we were all enjoying life. We were cruising around aimlessly when, around 2 a.m., we decided to hit up a Waffle House. We had the munchies, and my friend Aiden wanted to get a ton of food. He had the money, so why not? As soon as we walked in, the employee looked annoyed. We figured it was because it was late and he didn't want to be working, but we were hungry, so we ignored it. After a while, we got some food, I honestly don't even remember what, and sat down to eat. I was sitting by the window, and I glanced outside. There was a tall man near our car, staring in our direction. It freaked me out a bit, but I didn't mention anything because I didn't think much of it. A few minutes later, my friend Henry let out an audible gasp. The guy was now right beside us, standing just behind the window. I jumped and took a closer look. This guy was unbelievably tall, like a world record tall. Despite this, the worker didn't seem to care. The man kept staring at us, his chest rising and falling with each deep breath. He wasn't smiling. In fact, he looked pissed, like we had done something to him. I glanced over at my friends, trying to laugh it off even though I was shaking. As we started to get up, the man said my name, my actual name. I nearly lost it. I didn't want to leave. This dude was right outside and probably waiting for us. After what felt like an eternity, he finally walked away. It was too dark to see where he went, but thankfully it wasn't toward our car. We finished eating and decided to leave as soon as we could. We first checked everywhere in the car. The trunk was empty, and the seats were all empty. I got in first and locked the door, and after a few seconds my friend sat beside me. I went to grab my phone and looked up to see not my friend, but that man. He tried to grab me, but I swung not even a proper swing, just enough to keep him from grabbing me. I ran toward my friends who were heading to the car and told them to call the cops. The guy ran out of the car and disappeared somewhere. I really wish the story ended here, but it didn't. We got to my friend's apartment, and the police arrived and took our statements. It still didn't end there. We were still shaken up when we got back to the apartment, but after smoking a little, we kind of forgot about it. Until we heard a knock at the door. It was a pizza guy, and we didn't remember ordering anything, so we asked him to lift his head. The second we said that, he started screaming full on yelling. And you guessed it, it was the same guy from earlier. Aiden grabbed an iron bat, and in one quick motion, opened the door and swung, knocking him out. This time the police arrived much faster and arrested him. His name was Eric Wei Chen. I haven't forgotten this incident, and even though I'm now hundreds of miles away, I still get paranoid anytime I'm alone.
I'll split this one into two. I grew up in a haunted house. From the time I was 3 to a month before I turned 18, the house was rather lavish. It had gardens with fountains and palm trees and pines, etc. You get it. We moved in the 80s, Mum and Dad, my 4 older brothers, and myself. I'm the youngest of 5. We usually had a friend of the family or extended family stay over with us, so at a given time there could be up to 10 or 11 people living in that house, but the average was 7. In time, my 3 oldest brothers moved out because they got married and life went on, but everyone who was there experienced some paranormal activity at some point, such as locked doors opening on their own, loud sounds of strange footsteps or banging noises, strange voices talking or whispering, electronics turning on and or off on their own, mimic type of activity where you would hear, see or outright interact with a house member when they weren't really home, full body and partial body apparitions of people we never met like an old man, or a smiling ugly guy, stuff disappearing and reappearing somewhere else, etc. Most of these were scary on their own, but as the years went by it kind of became something we had learned to live with. Imagine having a play friend tell you something just touched my back, and we'd reply nonchalantly, yeah, that's a ghost. It happens here. But amongst all the activity I've described, a fairly common one was also the shadows. My heart skipped a beat as I typed that. They were scary. Sometimes. Mostly, a kind of shadow. I may not be making much sense, so I'll elaborate. We people who experienced paranormal activity in that house described a variety of phenomenon, but there's no way to corroborate if it all was the same entity or more than one, so the shadows were scary, but not all shadows were the same, or felt the same, but most of them were very scary. They radiated ill intent. Sometimes I'd be playing video games, and I'd see a blurred shadow of someone walking outside by a window. Yeah, there was the scare of the unknown, but on its own sometimes it wasn't scary. At times I'd think it was some member of the family, or a gardener, just to later learn I was home alone the whole time. Other times we'd be eating on the dining table, and see a shadow person walk through a door across the room. There was also what I'll refer to as the weird shadow. It's hard for me to describe. It was blurry, but in real life I'd see that one the most, daytime or nighttime alike. Try blinking your eyes as hard as you can, and as fast as you can. It looked like what you see doing that, but instead of it being your whole vision, it would be just a floating shape you could clearly make out going across a room. It cast its own shadow, if memory serves me right. It was so trippy I would actually doubt seeing that one until a time I wasn't alone and my cousin asked me if I saw it too. Validation. The messed up one was in a room I shared for a time with my brother and later with my cousin. This activity only happened in that room, only at night. Well, during the daytime I might see a shadow, but it wasn't the same as the experience at night. At night sometimes I'd wake up to someone standing next to my bed. A shadow person, lights were off, but this shadow person was darker than the darkness in my room. Sometimes it would block the moonlight coming from the window. It started when I was like 8 till I was around 16. Tears rolled down the sides of my face. A couple of times I urinated in my bed because I had to pee but was too scared to move. It was hard to breath. When it was there, I wondered if that was the night it was going to do something to me, until I managed to finally catch my breath and gather the courage to scream, but oftentimes it would disappear just before I was able to. I did manage to call my mom a few times, but it disappeared as they entered the room. A few times I failed to call for help in time. I felt it grab me. A few times woke up because I felt someone drag me off the bed, but woke up and called for help before falling completely off the bed. Once or twice I didn't wake on time and was fully pulled off the bed and hit the floor. My mom or dad or one of brothers would run in from having heard the loud thud from my fall and say I'd just fallen off my bed. Yeah, sure. Halfway across the floor ... Mom did believe me. She always did. You'd think it probably a hallucination from sleep paralysis. When I first learned about it, I thought it a possibility, but ruled it out because when I was 16, I shared the room with my 18-year-old cousin, and he saw it. And when I was little, I had a few sleepovers and some of my friends said they saw a shadow. I didn't have many friends sleeping over after insane paralysis. You don't get third-party corroboration that someone else is seeing your hallucinated shadow person. Unfortunately, I have no witnesses of me being pulled off the bed, but just of the shadow itself. That SOB shadow became a recurring phenomenon. At first, my parents and brothers would say I imagined it, that I was watching too many scary movies. I suspect they did believe me but downplayed it so I wasn't scared, but no, I'm an adult now. I pair that with other supernatural activity I lived through in that house, and my multiple witnesses, and accounts from others in the house whose similar activity, and I know it happened. The shadows were real. And they were scary. I'll take a breather to gather myself. Soon I'll share a part 2 about another shadow. Edited for syntax, context, and spelling.
It seems pretty harmless like just listening to the story, but I think the creepiest part is always when you think about what could have happened or what was in the mind of these two grown-ass men. So basically, to just introduce you real quick to my relatives, my 2 sisters, my brother-in-law, my cousins, and her boyfriend, who is the brother of my brother-in-law, and my other cousin M were on our basic, like Evie summer holiday in Montenegro. There maybe was another cousin with a friend of hers as well, but I'm not really sure. We were out in the town, an old town of Olsinge. We stayed very long since some of us were really in the mood for partying and all that. So as the night comes to an end and the club's slowly emptying, we decide to leave as well. We talk before we get into our cars and agree on to all stay at my cousin's house for the rest of the night when we get home. The girls go home, the boys stop at some shop by the road, grab some snacks and drinks and go home as well. Our car, the one with the guys, was in front of the car where the girls were, but we somehow forgot to stop by the shop. The girls noticed and stopped there instead of us to grab the snacks. As my elder sisters explains, there were 2 guys who wanted to talk to my younger sister right at the cash register. Somehow my younger sister did notice them but wasn't aware that they talked to her. Steve, I don't remember if any of the girls told the guys anything like to leave them alone or something, or if they just ignored them. So they bought what they needed, got in the car, and noticed that the 2 guys were following them, driving behind them. I have to interrupt here, but this alone is just crazy, especially because none of them gave them a sign of any kind of interest, and then also because it was 2 guys and not 1. This means they supported each other and neither of them told the other to just let it be. Crazy. So as my elder sister is driving, she drives purposely slower so she can be sure if they are really following them, and if so, that the followers don't lose them. The girls basically wanted to lure them home now, knowing the boys have already arrived home earlier. Again, these guys that were following them had enough time to just take a turn. Beasts are very narrow anyway, and it was in the middle of the night. They knew they could only be driving home, and from the Lil shop to the house is like a 5-man drive. I know it's short, but it should be enough for 2 grown-ass men to figure that they should just take a turn and leave. I constantly have a picture of them following them blindly into those narrow roads of our neighborhood just because they can't keep their hormones together like some animals. Just disgusting. So as they arrive right in front of the gate of my cousin's house, she steps out of the car all hectic and calls her boyfriend and my brother-in-law. They didn't know what was going on, but as they approached the gate, they saw this other car right behind them. The guys in the car saw the guys at the gate and drew the slowest and most shameful drive of shame backwards to get out of the neighborhood because of yake narrow roads. We then laughed about it a little and thought it was hilarious, especially the way they were driving away backwards. But honestly, still creepy that some people out there can't control their urges. You actually bought it, didn't you? The daggered sting of my girlfriend's eyes pierced my back as I fumbled the package inside and into the foyer. My dog Max continued barking from the recent sound of the doorbell. Easy, bud. I reassured him with a pet and grunted with the effort of stretching my arms to carry the wide package by myself into the hallway. Yeah, I bought it. The last one you showed me that's super creepy? That one. The one and the same. Why? After scooting the painting near the intended wall space, I turned to face her. Cam, Simon, I told you this already. It's possibly haunted. She crossed her arms with a defiant stare, which I mimicked with an eyebrow raise. I hate it when you call me that. I'd even take Camilla over Cam's. Okay, Cammy, sheesh, Max barked once again. Hey, easy. You don't even care that I hate it, do you? Does that mean nothing to you? Look, you're creeped out by it, and that's fine, but that's what makes it so interesting. It's supposed to be creepy. It's a haunted painting. I pulled the painting out of the box, but the awkward size caused me to almost drop it. To my surprise, Cammy helped me. Really? I thought you hated it. Oh, let's just see it hung up. Get this over with. We removed the painting and cut off the layer of protective paper between the box and painting. After holding it up to the wall, I beamed. We're going to be a good fit, don't you think? I still hate it. The scene was surreal, depicting warped, destitute people crawling away from something unknown. A child was featured with tears streaming down his face. There was an obvious undertone of red, as if a thin undercoat had been applied. It was just as foreboding as it was enigmatic. Look, it's fine. They listed it as a haunted painting to make it sell better. Do you really think it's haunted? I do know, but I hope so. You're so stupid. And weird ... but that's sort of why I like you. She punctuated this with a kiss. With her help, we managed to get the strange painting up in the hallway, and I'm not going to lie, it looked even better than I anticipated. I flung my arm around her neck, and Cammy leaned into me. Perhaps all was forgiven. Let's step away from our haunted painting for a moment and get some lunch. On our way to the kitchen, we jumped at the sound of something striking the side of our house. I ran outside to find a bird had flown hard into the brick exterior and broke its neck. Cammy gave me a hard stare. See? Things are getting interesting already. I hate it already. I smiled and tried my best to hide it, but deep down I knew this may be more than I bargained for. That night we were heading to bed, and I noticed the absence of our loyal companion, Max. About to turn into the bedroom, I heard my dog's nails click back and forth in the hallway behind me, but he didn't approach. I flicked the hallway light back on, and Max kept eye contact while pacing to the left and right. It seemed like he wanted to move forward, but couldn't compel himself to. Hey, what's wrong, buddy? I walked towards him and knelt down to give him a chest rub. He looked back and forth from me to the hallway, his eyes pleading for understanding. What is it? What's bothering you, huh? His gaze stopped long enough for me to locate the source of his stress. I got chills for a second. His eyes were locked onto the painting. Yeah, ... there's scary faces on it, I know. This was meant more for my own comfort than his, but I would have never admitted it. My girlfriend stuck her head in the hallway and watched on. Okay, Bud Simon, can't leave you out here. I gave him a little nudge toward our bedroom, but he didn't move. Simon, work with me here. I grabbed his collar and pulled him towards me, but he wouldn't budge. He even yanked his head back and slipped his collar. All the while, he never took his eyes off that painting. You're shitting me ... It's the panting, isn't it? Oh, come off it. Dogs are really good at recognizing human expression, which is one of the reasons they know when something's wrong with us. He sees those distorted faces and it bothers him. Yeah, maybe. But never seen him act like that, ever. I hated to admit, but she had a good point. After a couple more attempts, I gave up as Max had made his choice known. Poor guy was completely terrified of the thing. It may have just been my imagination, but I thought I felt a cold chill when I passed the painting on my way to the bedroom. I do not like that thing. I heard you the first time, sheesh. But yeah, it's kind of weird. It was a weird day, don't worry about it. Max will get used to it. Before going into the bedroom, I shot Max one last glance. Last call. Last call. As if he completely understood, he laid down with his head between his paws and let out a defiant grunt. Okay, fine. I'll leave the door open if you change your mind. Without incident, we settled for bed, and apparently I was more tired than I realized. I'm usually a night owl, but I very quickly fell asleep. A sound jolted me awake, and in my stupid state I swore a bark had woken me up. Max. The sound of paws clicking against hardwood resounded in the dark, and I almost jumped at the cold muzzle brushing my hand. It was something I never got used to no matter how many times he did it, but this was how he told us he needed to go out. "Okay, boy, gimme a sec." I patted the floor for my sandals with my feet and slipped them on. This was one of those mindless routines you do 1,000,000 times on autopilot. Our house was in a quiet neighborhood, so the only sounds were my sandals flopping on the wood floor and Max's panting. When I reached the thermostat in the foyer, I rubbed my arms while I checked it. Geez, it's freezing in here and it's July. The thought of the haunted painting came to mind, and I was somehow excited at the thought despite how terrifying that could be. What the hell was wrong with me? I was a glutton for punishment. After closing the thermostat's cover, I started to turn back towards the front door when I heard a growl. Max. I flicked on the foyer light to find him cowering at the front door with his haunches up. Hey, it's just me. Simon, let's go." Before the words left my mouth, it suddenly dawned on me that it didn't make sense for Max to be at the front door. I could feel his hairs brushed up against my leg as I was looking at him 6 feet in front of me. He'd never left my side the whole time I walked to the foyer. Max bared his teeth and growled towards me, looking more ferocious than I'd ever seen him before. What the hell was beside me? I didn't want to look, but I knew I had to. The hair stood up on my neck as I slowly turned and looked down at a pitch-black canine figure with deep red eyes boring into me. I leapt toward Max with the intention of rushing him outside, but when I looked back to shut the door, the thing was gone. My heart was beating so fast I had to lean against the wall to catch my breath. My companion licked my hand and whimpered. "I know, buddy, I know. Let's go out." We came back inside, and the unnatural cold in the house had subsided along with the eeriness that saturated the air. This painting must be the real deal. But what was I to do now? Could I really get rid of it when it was possibly the most interesting thing I'd ever had? Only time would tell. The next day went surprisingly well with no incident, and it turns out that my girlfriend slept through the whole ordeal with Max at the door. I thought it best not to tell her. No point in feeding her fears right now. As we were eating dinner that night, I went to get us some snacks for our movie we picked out. Sadly, we were all out. "It's not movie night without snacks," she insisted. "Yeah, I guess you're right. I can go grab some real quick. Want to come with?" "Nah, I think I'll stay here. I'm really tired for some reason. Please make it quick, though." Her eyes darted back toward the hallway, and I instantly felt guilty. Maybe this painting wasn't worth it if it made her feel this way. But then again, $150 was a lot for me, and I really liked it. I swear sometimes I don't deserve her. I grabbed a small pack of popcorn bags from a local corner store and made my way back in about 10 minutes, if not a little more. As I turned the key to enter, I instantly felt a wash of dread come over me. Something was off. "Babe," I called out as I entered the foyer. No response. I stood in the space between our bedroom hallway and our kitchen, noticing that the bathroom at the end of the hall was closed with a light on. She was just in the bathroom and didn't hear me. That was why it was such a shock when my girlfriend appeared from the den and stood cold in her tracks. "You ... just got back. Like just now." "Yes. And obviously you're not in the bathroom. You left the light on." Tears started welling up in her eyes, and she cautiously stepped closer to me. "Please tell me you're joking." "I'm not ... what's going on?" "I didn't go into the bathroom." "You did." "Really? You want to scare me back because you don't like?" "Listen to me. You came in just a couple minutes ago and said you had to use the bathroom." "Babe, that's impossible." My eyes stayed locked on the bathroom door the entire time, and I witnessed a shadow under the door frame move from behind the door. "Get Max, run to the car, and call." Our bathroom door blew open, banging against the wall with such a force it left a dent. We expected to see something foul and hideous awaiting, but we were greeted by nothing at all. Our eyes met, both wide in fear, as we looked back to the bathroom in a vacuum of sound. The bathroom light suddenly flicked off on its own and footsteps pounded toward us so hard it shook the floor. A disembodied scream from nowhere screeched and Max started losing his mind. Just as the heavy footsteps closed the distance and I thought this invisible force was going to plow into me, the footfalls stopped. There was a silence, then Cammy burst into tears. She wasn't ready for this, and I wasn't prepared for this. Biting my lip, I ran over to the painting with the intention of taking it off the wall, but I couldn't get a purchase on it. I yelped in pain and rushed to the kitchen sink, running cold water over my hands. Cammy saw that my hands were blistered from an intense heat, as if I'd touched a hot iron skillet. "What the hell is going on here?" she said through sobs. "You already know. That thing's not just haunted, it's cursed. It's gotta be. It won't let you throw it out, ... Maybe it's protecting itself. Because I bought it." We reflected on the situation for a moment, and I decided to message the seller to see if they'd give me a refund. They responded immediately. "No, I'm not taking that thing back." "So you knew it was really haunted?" "I straight up told you it was. It's done enough to me. It's your now." "How do I make it ... stop?" "You have to sell it to someone else." "I can't do that ... in good conscience." "Then you have to live with it. When you buy this painting, you don't own it. It owns you. I've had my 1 month of hell, and that was more than enough ... I relayed the conversation to Cammy. "What are we going to do now?" I relented. Suddenly her eyes went bright in epiphany. "So you own it, or it owns you, right?" "Yeah, that's what I just said." "But I don't." An understanding passed between us, and she smiled wide. An angry determination in her, she yanked the horrid painting off the wall and stomped it to fragmented wood frame pieces and shredded paper. We bagged it up and tossed into the trash can outside. Trash is tomorrow, so it'll be gone before you know it. I hope so. I really, really hope so. The next day I got ready and rushed off to work, very satisfied to hear the beep of the garbage truck not far from our street. I worked until 12 and started my break. Halfway through, I was surprised not to hear from Cammy. Alarm bells started going off in my head, knowing everything that happened until now. I rushed home and found her car still there, calling her phone and getting no answer. I explained to my work that there was an emergency situation which they gave me no issue on. The police were a bit trickier, as it wasn't long since I saw her and they wouldn't even consider doing anything until she hadn't shown up that night. By then I'd called everyone she knew. Cammy was nowhere to be found. From my earliest memory up to the age of 20, my family and I lived in a house that we swear is haunted. My sisters and I all have stories about encountering ghosts. I'm sure that our parents had such stories too, but sadly they're no longer with us to share them. I figured that I would at least share some of mine here. Story 1, 3 ghosts in the window. This happened when I was pretty young, I think maybe 8 years old. I was downstairs in the basement playing with my Hot Wheels cars in the rec room. First thing to know about that basement is every time I would walk down the stairs, I would always get this eerie feeling that I was being watched. I'm not the only one who feels that way. My sisters, and later my eldest nephew, all noticed it. Anyway, this particular day, it was late afternoon, early evening in the summer, so the sun was low in the sky and sunlight streamed in through the basement windows, which looks out onto the backyard. As I was playing, deliberately sitting in the patch of sunlight on the floor, I noticed the shadows of what I assumed was 3 people walking past the basement window. Being a curious child, I wondered who was in our backyard. So I got up, went over to the basement door which leads to the carport, and went into the backyard to take a look. My backyard was empty. The backyard is quite large. There is absolutely no way that anyone walking at a regular pace, which those 3 shadows were, they weren't in a hurry, could walk all the way over to the opposite side of the house before I could get outside and see them. Even if they had started running right after passing the window where they cast their shadow, I at least would have been able to see them just as they turned the corner at the far end of my house. Creep me the hell? Story 2, the squeaky floor. This happened to me when I was about 12 or 13 years old. First, I need to explain the house I grew up in. The floors on the main level squeaked terribly. Practically every square inch of the floor made a squeaking, creaking, or groaning sound when stepped on. What's more, each area of floor made a very distinct sound when stepped on, so that you could tell exactly where someone was inside the house by the sound that the floor made. Anyway, I was home alone this particular evening. I was sitting in the lazy boy armchair, in the living room, with one of the leaves from the dining room table across the armrest to use as a table, doing my homework. As I was working, I heard the sound of someone coming out of my parents' bedroom and begin walking down the hall towards me. I stopped what I was doing, turned around, and looked down the hall to see who was there, and the hallway was empty. The moment I turned to look down the hall, the sound stopped. I shrugged it off and went back to work when minutes later the floor started squeaking again. Whatever was making the sound got to right in front of the bathroom door. When I turned to look again, and the sound stopped, I sat there staring silently, daring the entity to continue making noise while I watched. Not a sound came down the hall, so I went back to doing my homework. A few minutes later, the squeaking began again. I waited for the sounds to reach the top of the stairs right in front of the kitchen door, and I turned around and stared again. Once again, the sound stopped. I turned back to my homework, and a moment later I heard the floors squeaking their way into the kitchen. It was at that point that I said, screw it. I set my homework aside, turned on the TV, and started watching Guns of Paradise starring Lee Horsley. Story 3, Tea Time. This is a relatively short story, but a pretty creepy one. I like drinking tea. I drink a lot of tea. I far prefer drinking tea over drinking coffee. Anyway, one cold winter day I was sitting at home, enjoying a cup of Earl Grey tea, and watching the snow fall past the street lights from the living room window. Suddenly I heard a really loud bang in the kitchen, as though someone had slammed the cupboard doors really hard. I jumped and spilled tea on my shirt. I got up and went into the kitchen to see what the racket was. The cupboard doors where we kept the coffee mugs and dishes were sitting partially open, as if someone had slammed them really hard and they bounced back open. Here's the thing though. When I had fixed my cup of tea, I had left the cupboard doors closed. What's more, all of the windows in the kitchen were closed, so the likelihood of it being the wind is virtually non-existent. The cupboard doors had opened themselves, slammed themselves shut with enough force to bounce back partially open, and stayed there. Creepy. Story 4, Just Saying Goodbye. This happened when I was 20 years old. It was the night before I was moving away to go to college. My mom, my best friend, and I were all standing around the living room, just talking. Suddenly, the TV turned on all by itself. It stayed on for maybe a minute, and then it shut itself off. I looked around and saw that the TV remote control was laying on the coffee table, and not one of us was anywhere near to close enough to it to have hit the power button, deliberately or by accident. I just laughed and said, I guess the ghost is saying goodbye in his own way. I'll miss you too, Casper. I knew it was the ghost, and not just a glitch in the TV, because the TV was too new to have glitches like that. When I lived with my ex, I started focusing on things to keep me relaxed. I had a pretty stressful job at the time and needed ways to unwind at the end of the day. This was my first experience with meditation. I put on some relaxing music I found on YouTube and closed my eyes. I felt pressure in the center of my forehead and a sense of euphoria take over my body. My mind was completely blank, dark, and silent. I wasn't aware that I was meditating for nearly 3 hours when it only felt like 15 minutes. When I awoke, I felt refreshed and relaxed. Then I saw him. A man who looked like an older version of my boyfriend. I didn't feel scared, just shocked. He simply said, put my book back on the shelf. Later on, I tell my boyfriend about the experience. He wanted me to ask the spirit's name and how he died. When I came across the spirit again, I asked his name. He said he uses a nickname spelled D-A-V-Y short for David. He didn't tell me how he died, but when I asked him, I was struggling to breathe with chest pains. He again told me to put his book back on the shelf. I tell my boyfriend this information and I watch the color leave his body. He says my Uncle David, we called him Davy, died from lung cancer. I asked him about a book he keeps bringing up. My boyfriend responds that Uncle Davy spent years creating a family tree photo album. It was his pride and joy, and it's sitting in a closet upstairs. I promptly grabbed the photo album, placed it on the bookshelf for all to see, and I never saw Davy again. In 2020, I decided to move to another apartment just up the road. A few months after moving in, Haley Ann discovered the bathroom, which had an old-style 3-panel mirror. She would open the side mirrors and talk to the reflection in the middle one. When I asked her what she was doing, she replied, talking to my friends in the mirror, Mom. I thought it was a bit odd, but didn't think much of it at the time. However, she began spending more time in there, and one day I heard her say, I can't wait for you to meet my baby sister when she comes. I will show you her. At that point, I was pregnant with her sister, Hazel. After hearing that, I decided she was no longer allowed to play in the bathroom. About a year later, I moved to a better place in Devon. After 3 years of living there, strange occurrences began again. One day, my kids and I heard a woman singing, You Are My Sunshine. It was unsettling when she started whispering it directly into my children's ears. It felt like something was mimicking us. One day, I distinctly heard my daughter screaming, Mom? I instinctively responded, but then it hit me she was at a friend's house. One night, while sitting in my living room, my dog began to stare intensely at the mirror. It was odd, he didn't seem to be looking at his own reflection. I wish I could share a video of it, but I'm not sure if I'm allowed to post it. After that night with the police, I couldn't shake the feeling that something or someone was watching me. The tapping on the wall was relentless, and each time it started at 2 a.m., I felt an inexplicable pull toward 3 billion. My fear was real, but so was a strange curiosity that had begun to gnaw at me. I decided to confront the landlord about what was really going on, who lived in 3 billion before I asked, trying to sound casual though my heart was pounding. The landlord hesitated, glancing around nervously before speaking in a low voice. Her name was Sarah. She kept complaining about noises. Shadows said she felt like she was being watched. Then one day she just vanished, no trace, like she never existed. That name Sarah sent a shiver down my spine. The name felt familiar, as if I'd known it all along. That night I couldn't get her out of my head. The tapping started again, and I pressed my ear to the wall, listening intently. And then I heard it, her voice, soft and pleading. "Help me. Please." It was haunting, filled with a pain that seemed to seep into my bones. Against my better judgment, I found myself standing outside 3 billion's door, my hand trembling as I reached for the handle. It creaked open, and a wave of decay hit me, but I stepped inside, drawn by something I couldn't explain. The room was dark, the air heavy, and there in the corner was a shadowy figure, Sarah. She was faint, almost transparent, but her eyes were clear, piercing through the darkness and locking onto mine. "You came," she whispered, her voice a mix of relief and sadness. "I knew you, and her presence was chilling, but I couldn't tear myself away." There was a tragic beauty to her, a sorrow that pulled me in deeper. As she stepped closer, I felt the air around me grow colder, and I shivered, but I didn't move. Her gaze held me in place, and when she spoke again, her voice was softer, more intimate. "He left me, you know, the one who promised he'd stay, just like you. But you won't leave me, will you?" There was a desperation in her eyes, and I found myself nodding almost against my will. Suddenly, her cold hand touched my face, and I felt a shock of fear and something else, a twisted, forbidden desire. The room began to spin, and the shadows around us seemed to close in, suffocating. The tapping grew louder, more frantic, as if trying to drown out her voice. "Stay with me," she whispered, her breath cold against my skin. "Don't leave me alone in the dark." I knew I should run, should pull away, but I was rooted to the spot, caught in her chilling yet intoxicating presence. I could feel her loneliness, her despair, and it mirrored something deep inside me, something I didn't want to acknowledge. Then, without warning, a loud, thunderous knock shook the room, breaking the spell. I stumbled back, the door to 3 billion slamming shut with a violent force that rattled the walls. My heart raced as I scrambled to my feet and ran back to my apartment, slamming the door behind me. My phone buzzed in my pocket, a message from an unknown number. "You've let her in. It's too late now." A cold dread washed over me. I realized that whatever Sarah was, wherever she had gone, she was now a part of my life. And as much as I wanted to escape, a part of me wasn't sure if I truly wanted to. If you like my story, support my storytelling on PayPal. Any contribution helps. I also write to help people stay informed of AI developments and how they can stay ahead of AI. Thanks for your contributions. You're amazing. You can do it easily with the PayPal link below. Are you sure that's what he looked like? My 3-year-old son was wringing his hands, nodding as I looked down at the crayon-drawn picture. It was a ghost, the typical white sheet with black eye holes. I was trying to be as empathetic as possible because he looked so afraid. "That must have been scary, Lovey, but it was probably a nightmare." "Looks like something out of one of your cartoons," I explained. He buried his face in my shoulder, letting out a sad sigh. "That night around midnight, he darted into my room and crawled into bed with me. I would have usually walked him back into his room, yet I was so tired from the shift at the hospital, just gave in." My eyes flew open again, starting into a pitch-black room, the red digits on the digital clock reading 3:13. There was something hard near my feet. Wonder if I had a book on the bed again. To my shock, it was a small figure hunched over, wearing a white sheet facing the opposite direction. "Michael," I whispered. Yet as I flexed my left thumb, I noticed he was sleeping right next to me. What the hell was sitting way down at the bottom of the bed? Something mumbled back, whispering the same phrase over and over. The voice was low, dry, and whispering fervently. "He told me to put the sheet on. He didn't want to look at me." The figure was rocking back and forth, saying that phrase. My lungs felt like they were vibrating out of fear and I couldn't move. My son was still sleeping next to me. I turned on the light, ready to fight. Nothing was there. Was this a dream? Then why is there a sheet on the ground at the foot of my bed? At the beginning of September, I had a week of vacation time, during which I visited my parents in my hometown. It had been a while since I went home, and I decided it would be good to spend a few days there. I was excited about this because it meant that I could go find and harvest wild blackberries. It may sound silly, but it's one of my favorite activities, mainly because it's something we did when I was a kid, which led to some of my favorite memories. We used to go to various places, like this little patch of woods behind my parents' house. I decided that I would go there again, now an adult, and try to get some of these delicious fruits on my own. I took my old mountain bike, and although it was old, it still worked well enough for some small bike rides. The main issue was the gear system that seemed to not work properly. But most of the time, this was not too much of a hindrance. It just felt harder to ride on some hills. As soon as I was ready, I started going down the path that led to the woods. My parents live in a small town, but behind their house stand a lot of cornfields. As you go down the path between the fields, you quickly end up in the middle of nowhere, although never too far from the city. As I was riding my bike, I looked around the fields and enjoyed the scenery. It had been a while since I had been back there. I think the last time was when I was 14 years old with some of my friends. We would go down the fields up until under the bridge of the main road and smoke cigarettes. That place was still a mile away, but right after the bridge was the coveted woods of today's journey. As I was reminiscing about these carefree days, I realized that there were some other paths between the cornfields, and because the fields are mainly on a descending slope, it was quite easy to get an overview of everything, including some distant bushes. While it had been a while since the last time I went blackberry hunting, I could still recognize places where blackberry bushes would likely be. As soon as I realized that there were likely a lot of them on this side path, I decided to turn left and follow it. Fuck me, I thought. I was right, there were so many bushes and so many fruits just waiting to be picked up. I put my bike down and started harvesting the berries, filling the small plastic bag I brought with me. On the left side of the path were a bunch of bushes hiding a small patch of woods behind, while on the right side were the cornfields. The wind whispered through the cornfields, a soft, rustling murmur that rose and fell like distant waves. Each gust sent a shiver through the tall, golden stalks, their dry leaves brushing together in a sound that was both soothing and eerie. Not only was the sound of the wind relaxing, but it was also a slight relief to feel it on my face because it had been hot during the last few days, because of the unusually high temperature and the sun that was hammering over my head. I went on this trip at the end of the afternoon. I was finally able to enjoy the outside world without the need for an immediate cold shower. After some time gathering berries, I realized that I had walked down the path a lot and that my bike was still waiting for me a few hundred feet away. I knew no one was living around here or going through here, but it still felt unsafe to leave it there alone. I walked back to it, took it in my hands, and went down the path again. There were still so many berries to pick. I left my bike where I had previously stopped. I started going down the path again, collecting as many berries as I could. I could not believe my luck. How did no one ever come here? The path I was walking on was quite steep, and I kept thinking about how the further down I was going, the harder it would be to bike my way up, but I still couldn't stop gathering the sweet fruits. As I was picking up the berries, I looked down at the bottom of the path. It seemed to keep on going for quite some time, but it was also leading to some woods. I could feel that I was getting closer to the wooded area as the air started to feel fresher. I decided that I would keep walking down for a few minutes before stopping and getting back on track. As such, I decided that I would stop at the entrance of the woods. After all, it was unlikely that I would find more blackberries there. This is where things started to feel different. While it was windy during the day, it felt as if the wind fell. I know I was getting close to the trees, and they sometimes stopped the wind, but something else was off. The noise. It was quiet. Even if the woods might stop the wind from getting in, I should still be able to hear it, especially with the cornfields. But it was silent. No noise at all, not even animal noises. I know I was eager to enjoy an atmosphere that was not as loud as the city when I decided to come back to my hometown, but this right here was almost too much for me. I always loved quietness, but it felt different. I started to feel uneasy, looking around in the hopes of seeing some clue as to what was happening. Was I getting paranoid now? I know I was in the middle of nowhere and alone, which probably started to play tricks on my mind. But here's the main issue with paranoia. Once it starts settling in, it doesn't go away, it keeps growing. And that's when I heard it for the first time, a small noise coming from under a bush, 10 feet away from me. It sounded like a cat. I stepped closer to it, slowly, partly because I didn't want to scare it, and partly because I wasn't sure what to expect. Mio. Mao. Here it was again. I looked around but saw nothing. I was getting very close to it, but I was still unable to see any animal. Then it hit me, how could there be a cat that far from any house? A wild cat? I know cats can walk a lot, but it felt like this was too far away from anything. Mio. This time it was even closer, almost at the bottom of my feet. I started to kneel when I saw something in the corner of my right eye. It felt like a shadow moving toward the entrance of the woods. That's when I saw him, barely 100 yards away from me, a man dressed completely in black, looking directly at me. He had something in his hand, but I couldn't make out what it was. It seemed like the silhouette was hiding something behind its back. I immediately stood up, feeling uneasy and scared. Where did he come from? Why didn't I hear anything? Hello, I asked, as loud as I could be. My words felt stuck in my throat because of the fear that was building up. I started thinking fast, was I on private property? But there was no sign, and it shouldn't be, not around here. Was he one of the farmers? He surely wasn't dressed like one. And that's where it hit me, why was he dressed completely in black? It was way too hot to do that. He had sleeves on and long pants as well, all in black. This didn't make any sense. As I was staring at him, I realized that something else was off about the man. I couldn't see his face. I have hell of a good vision, but I still couldn't make out any details about what his face looked like. I took a step back, still staring at him. Then I saw him start to walk in my direction. I started to panic as the shadowy figure seemed to slowly get closer. I still couldn't see what he was holding in his hand behind his back, and more than anything, I still couldn't see his face. It didn't make any sense to me. I should be able to see something like his eyes, but I simply couldn't. I didn't try to call him again. I turned around and started running. The silence was still heavy. It felt like the air was even colder than before, and I just ran. I could hear my footsteps as I ran toward my bike. Shit, why did I leave it so far up? I should have fucking moved it again, I thought. As I was running as fast as I could, I just dropped my bag of blackberries. It felt like a hindrance. As I heard the noise of the bag falling on the ground, I realized I could hear the footsteps of someone running behind me as well. The noise did not feel far away, maybe 80 feet, 70. Was he gaining ground? I didn't want to turn around and find out. I was too scared of falling. I saw my bike getting closer and I sprinted. My heart was pounding and it felt like it was about to burst. I finally reached my bike, took it as fast as I could and started mounting it. I did this so fast that I almost fell, but I could still hear the footsteps getting closer. Clang. My feet slipped from the pedals. The gears were stuck. No, not now. Fuck. I kept thinking. I quickly changed the gear in the hopes that it would fix the system. Crrr, clang. After a second of trying, it seemed like the gear was back in its correct position, and I started pedaling like never before. As I gained speed, I quickly looked behind and saw the figure had stopped. I could feel its gaze upon me, even though I still couldn't make out where his eyes were. But I know it was watching me. When I came home, I thought about the situation and its reality started to sink in even more than before. After looking online, I realized that there were no houses or private properties near where I was. Besides, it was unlikely that it was simply someone on a hike, as most people living in the area are quite old, and they don't go outside when it's close to 100 degrees, especially dressed in long black sleeves and pants. The only logical guess I could think of based on the location was that it was a farmer trying to chase me away. But as I was looking up about the place, I came across a different article from yesterday, which sent a shiver down my spine. There was a farmer's strike in the area, and all the farmers were protesting in the city. As I kept thinking about the events, I also realized that if I didn't see the shadow in the corner of my eye, I would probably have been kneeling even more to look for a cat, which would have left me even more vulnerable and distracted. I realized I never heard the cat again as soon as I saw the stranger. Was there even a cat? The creepiest thing, the thing that kept me up most nights, was the dog. Bizarrely misshapen with soulless eyes that just stared at me all the fucking time. I couldn't do anything about it. Its unblinking eyes glowed in the dark, making damn sure I always knew they were on me. Fucking hell. Obviously that wasn't the scariest or oddest thing, but it's definitely the thing that I remember the most. My therapist said he'd never heard of anyone with such a horrendous experience. He's been helping me with the nightmares, but can't believe how much I had endured and survived. No kidding. Anyway, the first few nights I was there, I was in constant agony. When that freak attacked me, he broke my arm and severely damaged my hip. I couldn't move for days. Every twist or turn sent these massive lightning bolts of pain up and down my body. I couldn't believe someone could go through so much pain. What's worse, when my arm did finally heal, it didn't heal correctly, so a doctor had to re-break it after the whole thing and reset it so it could heal properly. My new hip is okay, but I can't believe someone so young like me would have to get a new hip. I can totally imagine that must have been hard. It was hard. I knew the guy and everything from back in school. He was so awkward, and apparently he was totally obsessed with me. He thought we were supposed to be best friends or something. It was insane. Sounds insane, honestly. The freak was into all this weird taxidermy stuff. He was awful with it, and had all these poorly done stuffed animals and roadkill scattered throughout his basement where he kept me captive. The stuffing was so bad it made them look like cartoon versions of the animals and not actual representations. He tried to put smiles on all of them, which only made them look more menacing. There was a very brief pause. After maybe a week or two, I couldn't be sure. I could hear him doing some work upstairs. It was incredibly loud. It sounded like he was using some kind of table saw, and there was some strange hammering. Finally, one day, I could hear the doorbell ring, and he went to answer it. I tried screaming for help, but I was still pretty weak. He hardly fed me anything. I did hear the delivery guy ask him what the noise was, but the freak tried playing it off like it was the TV. That's crazy. Yeah, if you have no idea. That freak opened the door to the basement and carried down what the delivery guy had just dropped off. It was this massive box that was taller than he was. Even though it was big, though. That freak had no trouble moving it down and setting it on the opposite side of the room, next to the mutant stuffed dog that kept watch over me. Wow, what was in the box? I didn't see right away. He kept it closed but went back upstairs. Later that night he came back down with some measuring tape. I thought he was going to measure something from the box, but instead he came up to me and started measuring me. He held the tape up to arm and then my leg and torso and then finally my whole body. It scared the hell out of me. The man removed his glasses that I had initially politely complimented him on, and he held the bridge of his nose with his right hand. He then made this exaggerated sighing noise. Sorry, it's hard to think about all this stuff. Anyway, it's obvious why he was measuring me. The next morning he came downstairs and opened the box. It was a massive delivery of cotton. I started crying and screaming when I saw it. I tried begging him not to hurt me, but he just started singing these odd lullabies to me. I thought I was dead for sure. Another pause happened, but I couldn't be so sure. Finally, I saw flashing and red and blue lights stream in from the tiny window at the top of the ceiling. It was the police. Apparently the delivery guy from yesterday had called the cops. They came by the previous day. But I had passed out and the freak had answered the door. He made them really suspicious, so they came by again the next day after realizing one of the cars parked in garage was registered to me, who had been missing for over 3 weeks. That's wild. I know the police couldn't believe how. Finally, I see Jim, my specialist, walk in and smile at me. He wipes his hands on his coveralls before speaking. Good news, Mr. Smith, your car is ready. Wasn't too bad. If you want to come with me over to the front, we can take care of the bill. Finally, sweet escape. I live in a very small town in Michigan called Hartsville. One so small that there's maybe only 7800 living here at any given time, give or take. And even then, it isn't exactly big, just enough people to get by, if you can call this little town getting by. There are some nice places that exist, sure. There's the church and the bakery and the diner where I work with my boss, Mr. Haddock, and the grocery store that sells all the goods you could possibly need. And we do what many a small town like us has done before. We make a deal between ourselves that we won't bother anyone else. So, as far as I'm concerned, no one has bothered me, since it doesn't matter to me who lives on my street as long as they don't try to come into my house, etc. All of this to say it was this way that was until the shop showed up on the very edge of town, not too far from where I live. A place with a big sign which read, The Compendium. Nothing more. It was a Gothic-looking building that still held this almost pristine newness to it. It's hard to describe. It didn't look like something anyone would have thought someone would want to shop in, let alone odo in, especially when compared with the other shops on the street. It more so looked like fuck it, I'll give the analogy, the Addams family house. It wasn't particularly bright, but still seemed to stand out somehow, which wasn't strange for a Gothic-looking haunted house-esque shop called the Compendium. All of this to say that, when it showed the whole town just seemed to come alight with buzzing questions and curiosity. For months it sat, no one went in, and no one even came out. But all the same, a sign reading open would be visible during the day and only one window alight at night, like someone lived there and ran a shop out of it. Everybody passed it, everybody saw it, but no one dared go in, let alone near. Well, until this morning. This morning, despite all the buzzing and rumors, it's not like they'd been inside the place themselves or knew of the person or persons inside. I decided to pay the Compendium a visit. And oh boy, I don't regret it. But I'm certainly not comfortable about it either. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. As the old cliche goes, we must start at the beginning. It's currently May 12th that I'm recounting the past couple days' events. I took some well-deserved vacation time away from the diner. You know how any food service of any kind is, stressed to the max. But mostly everyone in Hartsville is kind and considerate, so it does make it far more tolerable. Anywho, most of the buzz I had heard about the compendium had been during my many shifts as a cook. I'd hear coworkers theorizing over what the place could be, and I'd often go out to the customers myself when it was slow to make sure I'd done everything just right and that they were completely satisfied. And hear customers crackpot theories on what the place most definitely was: a drug front, a government op hideout. I had to stifle laughter. Oh, you tinfoil hat folks, how I love the things you often come up with. So, like I said, after months of hearing about it and driving past it and seeing the light at night and the open sign during the day, I decided what the hell, it could just be a really cool pawn shop, or maybe a really tiny flea market with all sorts of retro comic books and toys. The more I thought about that, the more giddy the little geeky kid inside of me got, and I ultimately gave Mr. Haddock a call after my shift on Saturday night when I knew he was still going to be there, closing up. "Hello, Hogan's Diner. If it sucks, you saw nothing. How can I help you?" he said. His unmistakably gruff but medium-pitched voice asked. I smiled. Even under the worst of circumstances, Haddock was never short on wit. It diffused quite a few customer freakouts by a hair in the past. "Hey, boss, it's Anthony." "Oh, hey, kid, what's up? Don't tell me you're so bored you need another shift." He chuckled. Unfortunately, there's a bit too much truth behind that statement. Actually, no, for once I was going to ask to take some time off, wind down a little bit, I said, not mentioning the compendium trip I had planned. Honestly, I pretty much knew he wouldn't care ultimately, but I just decided to avoid the subject entirely, just in case. Lord knows he could accidentally say something to the wrong person, and I'm officially known as that weird guy who dared to go near a creepy building he probably could have died in. Not worth the eye rolling from me. They knew nothing until they actually went and made a genuine visit for themselves. To me, this was going to be a coin flip. Could be an absolute treasure trove of a find, could be a super lame pawn shop, or just some stupid shop altogether run by some eccentric. Only way to know was to go. So after getting the go-ahead from my boss to take the next few days off, I should clarify, yes, I usually work on Sundays too. Refer to the "so bored you need another shift" comment, I decided the very next morning, bright and early, that I was going to hop in my car and pay the compendium a little visit. This is anonymous, right? I suppose I'm only posting here because I want validation. I want someone else to agree that I did the right thing. Mother raised the four of us in a small cabin in the woods. It'd only take look at her to tell that she wasn't our real mother. With her gaunt, angular face, sallow, moist skin, unusually long limbs, and silent, gapping mouth. Her jaw always hung uselessly open, and so she always either ties her jaw shut or covers her face. You'd think that even as children we'd see her as the monster she is, but in my earliest memories I loved her, like any foolish child would. I've never learned how she found us in the first place, and I never thought to ask before. I wouldn't be surprised to discover she kidnapped us. Maybe she found a lost couple in the woods and decided to squirrel away their children to fatten up for later. I don't even want to know anymore. I want to put any thought of her behind me. Mother bided her time for years, feeding us, caring for us, spending each night sewing our clothes or carving us toys, taking us to therapy lessons when we ended up as silent as her, and forcing us to attend school. She gave us everything, but we must have been mere livestock that she was slowly cultivating. The one useful thing Mother taught us was how to hunt. Mother was always silent, but she could teach in her own way. How to stalk, how to track, how to spot the sick and weak animals, and how to clean what you've stumped out. That was the part one hated most: flaying, eviscerating, gutting, dressing the poor animal. And every time Mother used the same hideous knife, a simple thing of bone and steel. Even now, every time I see it, I can only picture the poor animals Mother mutilated with it. After I threw up all over a kill while Mother was trying to teach me the proper way to dress it, she stopped taking me hunting. But she still made me eat meat. Only after I moved out years later was I able to become a vegetarian. Cleaning and sharpening that disgusting blade seemed to be her only hobby outside of raising us. Timothy was the first of us to go. Mother began teaching him once I refused to go hunting. She forced him outside the cabin early every morning for weeks, even in the cold winter. He developed a terrible hacking cough, but he still went into those harsh woods with Mother, day after day. One morning he could barely get out of bed. All he could do was cough endlessly. Mother simply picked him up and carried him out. We watched her trudge through the snow with him strung over her back until they disappeared amongst the trees. Mother didn't come home that night, but I swear we could hear screaming far off in the distance. It was a couple more days after that until Mother finally came home, along with Timothy. He was changed, frightened, red-rimmed eyes and a dirty snot-coated face. We asked Mother what happened, and she scrawled a single word on the kitchen chalkboard: sick. But when we were in our room away from Mother, he showed us what she did. His chest was littered with precise cuts, brutally stitched together with black thread. The skin was still red and raw. Timothy insisted Mother did it to him, and at the time we wouldn't believe him. I do now. Timothy ran away after that, saying he would write to us when he was safe. I never received the letter he promised. Back then I assumed he got lost in the woods, or was still too scared of Mother to write, but now I know Mother must have found him and finished her work. Brad was next. Mother controlled every part of our lives, and it must have slowly worn on him. She decided what children we'd play with, what classes we took. And it continued as we grew older. When Brad wanted to join the military to escape her control, and she forbade him. They had a terrible fight. Brad yelling while Mother wordlessly shook her head. Mother ended up grabbing one of our old notebooks and scratching out in her nearly illegible handwriting, "You'll die." Brad scoffed and tried to brush past her, and she shoved the notebook in his face again and again. He just grabbed it and tossed it aside. 1 month after he was deployed, we received a letter stating that Brad had fallen in the line of duty. But after what I've seen, I'm certain Mother must have caused it. After that, when she demanded that Claire attend a specific college, she didn't disagree with Mother, nor did I, as Mother went on to specify the jobs I applied to, and even the woman I'd date. She was the one that pushed me towards proposing to Margaret. When I got older, Mother found a house for Margaret and I near her forest. We already had an apartment in the city where I worked, and a move would require me to find a new job to work remotely. Nevertheless, as I did with almost all her demands, I complied with little hesitation, despite the discomfort I felt from being close to her again. After we had our first child, Adam, she began visiting us more frequently. Often she'd just stand there watching the baby with a bandana wrapped under her jaw and over her head to keep her mouth closed. Sometimes I'd even spot her standing at the edge of the forest staring at the window of my son's bedroom. I'd allow her to hold him sometimes, but it always felt unsettling. I never left her alone with him. Last week I heard a creak from my son's bedroom, and when I went to check on him, Mother was there, towering over his tiny toddler bed, eyes glued to him, even in the darkness. "Mother, what's going on?" I asked her. She was silent as ever, merely pointing one gnarled finger at him. She wouldn't leave, so I ended up taking Adam out to sleep in our room for the night. That morning he had a terrible cough, no doubt caused by Mother. It was the same every night. No matter what I did, locking the windows, having Adam sleep in a different room, begging Mother to leave us alone, I always found her standing over him. Each night it seemed as if she got closer to Adam, and each morning Adam's cough got worse. The over-the-counter medicine I gave him was barely enough to allow him to get to sleep each night. A few hours ago I discovered the truth. I found her crouched over his bed on all fours, with her mouth gaping open. A guttural rattle began emerging from her throat, forming a wordless lullaby. It sounded familiar, and I started to feel sleepy. As I watched, groggy and paralyzed with terror, her fingers began poking and prodding my son's body before stopping over his chest, all while Adam gently snored in a deep sleep. She drew back slightly, and Mother's right arm reached into her apron pocket and pulled out a knife. I recognized it as the knife she used to gut and clean what she hunted. Then somehow her jaw opened even wider, and she slid her left arm deep inside her own throat and pulled out a fist full of a slime that stank of ammonia. I had to cover my mouth and pinch my nose to fend off the noxious stench. Then she lifted up his shirt and began slathering his chest with that slime. When she started to slide the blade along his skin, I snapped out of my debilitation and lunged at her. Even as an old woman, Mother easily held me at bay. Then that sickening face turned towards me, and from the depths of that blackened mouth of razor-sharp teeth, I heard Mother's voice for the first time. "Sissy," she croaked out in a throaty rasp that sounded like it was coming from the depths of a tunnel. And she held up her knife. I knew the only kind of cleaning that knife ever did. At that moment, what really happened to Timothy clicked in my mind, and I started to sob. I threw myself between Adam and Mother, but she simply grabbed my shoulder and stopped me in my tracks. As she squeezed each shoulder, I couldn't help but let out an involuntary gasp at the strength of her grip. Then she shoved me back, and my impact with the door knocked the wind out of me. Her wretched voice came forth again. "Stay." I knew I'd need something stronger to deal with Mother and dashed out the room. When I came back a moment later, Mother had already made her first incision into Adam, and that helped to steel my resolve as I leveled my shotgun. With tears streaming down my face, I could barely aim the gun, but at this range I couldn't miss. The last thing I said to her before I pulled the trigger was, "I'm sorry." Then I left her body to rot while I raced Adam to the hospital. Mother must have been doing something to him, slowly poisoning him every night. As a seasoning or just for her own sick pleasure, I'll never know. Now, I'm sitting in the waiting room writing this all out while they examine and operate on Adam. I feel guilty, not just for lying to the hospital staff about what happened, but also for what I had to do to Mother. I know I shouldn't feel that way. Mother should be the one forgiving me. I was just protecting my son. I did the right thing, didn't I? It can't even be murder, can it? Killing an inhuman monster like that is merely hunting. My wife called right when I was about to post this. She had gotten home from work and we were missing all of us, while there's still blood all over the floor and signs of a struggle. There's no trace of Mother's body in Adam's room. Ever since that call, fear has been building inside me again. I have to keep a strong face for Adam, but I don't know what to do next. When she's done licking her wounds, who will she hunt next, me or Adam? And what can I possibly do to stop her? I laid on my sad excuse of a bed. A tiny mat in my closet-like room. I had been suffering night terrors for months. I'd wake up bleeding, screaming, crying, and tonight I woke up paralyzed. I couldn't move anything but my eyes, and in the corner of my room there was a formed shadow in the shape of a very tall older gentleman. He was wearing a dark professional suit that looked very new and well kept. It looked oddly vintage and stylish. He had a cane with a briefcase to pair with his tall, wide brimmed top hat. His skin was deathly pale, clammy, and swamp-like. His expression was solemn and blank. He was looking downwards and looked built like a goddamn tank, which looked strange for someone so old. His presence was violent and incredibly imposing. I began to fear for my life and begged and willed my body to move. My body snapped out of it and I could move if I wanted to, yet still I did not move. I looked again and he was still there silently observing. What a disturbing and perverse individual. Panic and terror paralyzed me. I was so scared I couldn't breath. I looked again. Fifth sec at $%. I silently screamed and looked at the light switch. I followed my instincts and crawled to the light without looking. If I looked, I'd be too scared to move once again. I reached shaking and trembling on my knees and barely flicked on the light. I looked in the corner where he had been behind my tall lamp. He wasn't there. I popped open my phone and played the happiest soothing music I could find and grabbed my trusty Bible. I focused on reading my Bible as I lay face down on my mat reading and listening for hours until the sun rose and I heard my mother's door open upstairs. I practically sprinted upstairs sobbing and trembling, begging my mother for help. I now had an appointment with a $100 an hour witch doctor. My mother was visibly upset and shook. At the end of the session, this powerful man was visibly shaken when I described the man. He shook and trembled while he wrote down a documentary site. He was already past his hour. I wasn't the first person to come to him with such a description. He believed me. I was so wishing I was just insane. There wasn't much information on such things, he whispered in a hushed tone. He said the Spanish people and Spanish history is riddled with mythical creatures and dark terrors of the night. He said the Spanish take such things like ghosts and spirits much more seriously. That was all. He wished me luck. He had to go. He was already late. He biked 12 kilometers on a moment's notice to speak with me. To say the least, I almost dropped my laptop. I couldn't finish the documentary. I was too shook. The Shadow Man left only to return a decade later. Who cares? I had reprieve for now. Blake Bowman just purchased his first home. An old Gothic Victorian with the original interior still intact. While cleaning out the attic, he came across a few boxes of items left behind by the previous owners. While moving them out, a box he was carrying dropped something from the bottom, fluttering to the floor. Almost slipping on the item, Blake put aside what he held to bend down and pick it up. Examining the photo in his hand, he furrowed his brow, trying to understand what he saw. It was a photo of a man and a woman. Both sat beside each other, upright in their chairs, posing for the camera. The snapshot was old and a bit faded, but what stuck out the most was the man's blurred face. Something going wrong during development could explain this, but it wasn't true, at least. That's what he thought. Shrugging, he tossed it back inside and continued. When he was done, he secured the door and settled for the night. Blake closed his eyes, trying to let himself drift off to sleep, when all he could see was the faceless man. Why did it bother him so much? Yet there was something unnatural about it. Sitting up, he took a folder off his bedside table containing papers about the house. Cutting on the table lamp, he flipped through the pages, looking for anything about the couple. There was no information about them or a single name. Deciding it was not worth the trouble of losing beauty rest, he cut off the light and cast it onto the table, settling back into bed. Tomorrow he will go to the reference center and see if there is any documentation about them. The following morning, Blake dug through each box he had brought to place it in the storage shed outside the house. For his life, he couldn't find the photo he knew that he had seen and held in his hand. Did he imagine it? The stress from the move made him believe he came across this. In the morning, he arrived at the archives looking for the address of his home. Blake searched through generations of families who had lived in the house before him until he found what he had been searching for. This time, their names were attached: Ophelia and Vesper Craven. According to the article below, they said the married couple had disappeared one night, along with a few guests. The lovely couple was throwing a party to celebrate a new addition to their now growing family. One of their visitors had invited someone the Cravens didn't know, which may have had something to do with the disappearances. This individual belonged to a cult bringing in their fellow members to perform some ritual. While no bodies were found, there were copious amounts of blood that had splattered across the walls and the floor. While unsuccessful in recovering the missing people, they did find that the basement door was sealed shut and its handle had been removed. No matter what they did, the door could not be opened. What was inside? Blake felt he knew that the guests and Ophelia were beyond the door but not her husband. So what did the so-called religious sect do with him? Did they use him in their right? He began to think that had to be the answer. Vesper had been an offering to whatever god they worshiped. It would explain why his face was obscured in the picture he found. Logging off the computer, he stood up to leave when he accidentally bumped into someone. He apologized, but had to do a double take as to who he had almost run into. There, walking past him, looking as if he had yet to age a day, was Vesper Craven. Vesper caught Blake's gaze and tipped his hat to him. "I hope that Craven Manor is treating you well." He smiled and continued. Ophelia's husband had traded her and their guests for immortality. The media would be fed lies, saying that Vesper and she didn't know who those extra people were. He did know them and had been a part of them for many years. After the sect had finished the sacrifice, whatever they summoned made its gate there. It is sealed off, and there is no way to open it. In a way, I suppose Blake was lucky that the creature or the undead couldn't make their way out of that sealed door. Though lately, as the anniversary approached, he could hear faint screams from the basement followed by a warped chuckle. In the shadowy, pine-filled countryside of Greece, there's an old legend known to the older locals but half forgotten and unknown to the few young people living there. The legend centers around an eerie stone statue of a little girl named Magda, hidden deep in the local dark pine forest. Magda was the daughter of a wealthy merchant in the late 1800s. A girl with straw-colored hair and a bright, innocent smile. She loved to play with her friends in the forest, especially a peculiar game of their own invention that was a blend of hide-and-seek and statues. The rules were simple. The children would blindfold themselves, and one person would stand by a tree in the distance reciting a playful song while the others, blindfolded and stumbling, tried to reach them. The trick was that they could only move while the song was being sung. If the seeker caught them moving when the song stopped, the person who moved lost and was out of the game. The song is said to have gone like this: "Come here to this pine tree while I am not looking, but as I turn round to you like statues you must be unmoving," repeated 3 times. On that fateful day, as golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, Magda and her friends delved deeper into the woods than ever before. The song of the game echoed through the trees as Magda, giggling beneath her blindfold, stumbled forward. But fate had something darker in store. She tripped, her foot caught on an exposed root, her head striking a jagged rock, leaving her motionless on the forest floor. Her friends stood frozen, uncertain what had happened. They approached cautiously, only to find Magda lying in a pool of her own blood, pale as a white sheet. Panic-stricken, convinced she was dead, the children ran. They left her there, alone, bleeding out in the stillness of the forest, too afraid to tell anyone what had happened until it was too late. When Magda's body was found the next morning, her little fingers were curled into the dirt, as if she had tried to crawl to safety. She hadn't died instantly. She had lain there cold and bleeding, waiting for someone to help her. No one ever did. Her grieving parents, shattered by the loss, built a statue of their beloved Magda on the very spot where she had died. Some say they even buried her body beneath the stone figure, eternally marking the place of her tragic death. The statue, made of old, weathered stone, its surface cracked and worn. Dry vines snaked through the crevices, depicting her wearing the blindfold, her hands outstretched as if forever reaching for the seeker or the help she never found. But death, it seems, was not the end of Magda's story. Locals whisper that if you venture deep into the forest and dare to find Magda's statue, you can play her game once more. The legend says that Magda's spirit, though unseen, will join you in the game. Those who play fairly and finish the game are said to be blessed with extraordinary luck, as if rewarded by Magda for keeping her memory alive. Some even claim you can hear her faint, childlike giggles drifting through the trees as you stumble blindly through the forest. But beware, the rules must be followed. If you start the game, you must finish it. If you cheat, leave before the game is over, or break any of the rules, you will suffer her wrath. Those who break the rules leave the forest haunted and cursed forever, as if the little girl who died tragically has found a way to cling to them, her fury as strong as her desire to play. No one knows how many have tried to play the game and failed, but those who have come back speak of nightmares, eerie coincidences, and misfortune. But if you ever find yourself in that ancient Greek forest and stumble upon a weather-worn statue of a little girl, frozen in time, remember her story, and ask yourself, are you willing to play? America is somehow turning people's blood into oil. Oil is an important element in worldly civilization today, and it is how everything is able to function. From cars to electricity, plays a vital role. There are countless conspiracy theories that most of the wars in 20th and 21st century was all for oil. Our lives are dependent on oil, and every pleasure that we get from our privileges is from oil. We are not so advanced after all, as we are still using something that was made from dinosaurs dying billions of years ago. The main news is that oil is running out. Science is trying its best to fund an alternative to oil. It is proving a difficult task, though, and how we all need it. It truly dumbs us down. A couple of weeks ago, I was on the train and the doors were about to close. I saw a man running towards the train, and this is a common sight. Only half the man's body makes it and the other was stuck outside. So half the man's body was cut in half by the train doors. Instead of seeing blood, we saw oil instead. Half of the man's body was hopping inside the train, and he was confused as to why he had oil for blood. Looking outside, his other half of the body was also confused as to why he had oil for blood. Some people on the train were secretly collecting some of the oil spilled on the floor in bottles. They wanted to sell it. Then, as the train made it to the train stop, some guys in suits took the half-hopping man away. Oil was being spilled on the floor still. As more days went by, I saw more people trying to make it onto the train just before it closes. Unfortunately, only half of their bodies made it onto the train. The other half was stuck outside. They all had oil-fought blood, and someone in a smart suit took them away. We started hearing of people sneezing out oil from their noses and bleeding out oil when they cut their fingers. They were never seen again. News started going round of the American government of turning people's bloods into oil by putting something into the air. They were doing this so that they could be free from relying on the Middle East for oil. Then I was nearly late for the train, and as they cut me in half, luckily I still had proper red blood. It was a pain to find the other half of my body, though. It was warm. It was cold. Wisps of thin, dark mist drift in a lazy breath of breeze. Shadowy trees wave their changing leaves in the crisp autumn moonlight. A thin, dark dress hangs tightly to her body. Her golden hair rustles around her smooth face. Bright blue eyes glisten in the tranquil stillness of the night. Her feet are bare, and her legs drift magnificently below the dress. Soft, smooth, firm. Perfect. She has never clothed herself so revealing ... see. Seductively ... so lustfully. Travis probably wouldn't approve, claiming that she is luring every eye to her body, her beautiful, wonderful body. Up ahead she sees a shadow in the moonlight, concealed by the thin wisps of the dark mists, taking shape in the pale beams, a broad-shouldered figure. A handsome figure, a tempting figure ... an alluring dream who raises to his full height, as she is somehow pulled closer towards him. Eyes that shimmer green. A voice that is hollow and deep. A white linen shirt, like one she sees on the covers of her fantasy novels. A form that she wants to run her hands upon. I put a spell on you, the figure sings lowly, because you're mine. His voice so enrapturing. His eyes so dazzling. His mystery so puzzling. Watch out, he says as he lunges towards her. I ain't lying, yeah. The warm touch of his fingertips, lightly to the tip of her slender chin, causes her heart to race. Thunder in a way that she has never experienced. He moves to the side of her, into her peripheral, but her eyes stay trained ahead. I can't stand no running around, he sings. I can't stand no ... putting me down, he whispers in her ear. I put a spell on you, lips pressed gently on the soft flesh of her neck, because you're mine. Every nerve tingles in her body. She feels a heaviness in between her legs that she hasn't felt before. She closes her eyes as she feels his body press against her spine. Travis would be ashamed. Stop the things you do, he says after kissing her neck again. Watch out. He steps away and she opens her eyes. Travis is standing before her. Eyes pale, body limp. A crimson warmth flowing onto her hand where she holds a kitchen knife just below his ribs. I ain't lying, sings the figure as he dashes in front of her, sending her murdered husband into the dark as a drifting haze of dust. I love you. Her eyes are ignited as they lock with his green gaze. She can feel his hardened desire pressing against her groin, pulling her lips up to meet his. I don't care if you don't want me, I'm yours right now. He sings after they kiss. Tells her as he slides his hand around her frame, implies as he unzips her dress. I put a spell on you, the figure continues as he slides one strap of her dress down her arm, because you're mine. The world around her turns into a fast-moving haze. She wakes up in her bed, popping her head up and looking around. There's a fuzzy music video playing on the television, some singer named Screaming Jay Hawkins. She's breathing heavy as Travis wakes up beside her. You okay, babe? It takes her a second to reply. Yeah, I'm fine, babe. Just a weird dream, I guess. I want me to go get you some water. No, I'm good. Just going to get back to sleep. Travis looks at the blue lights of their clock on the dresser. The glow shines dimly on a small figure of a skeleton with a tie, glasses, and a pink mohawk staring back at him with a nostalgic smile. Hey, it's after midnight, he tells her as he lays back down. Happy Halloween, babe. She feels a wetness in an area that likely isn't from sweat as she lays back under the covers. Yeah, ... happy Halloween. I sat there on the ground for what seemed like an eternity, my mind lost in what I just experienced. Am I losing my mind? Monsters are real? Then another thought popped into my head. What does my mom know? I stand up and dust myself off. I gather my broken thoughts and I make my way into the house. I step through the threshold and my anger takes hold. Mom, I yelled, staggering into the house. What the fuck is going on? I said, confused and angry. I knew you would be okay, son, she said calmly. Mom, listen to me right now. You know something about what's going on, and I need to know what I said. Mom hands me a letter with one word written on it, son. I grab the letter and don't say a thing. I walk to my room, look at the window. The face I had seen moments before burned into my memory. I hesitantly step into my room and sit on the bed. I slowly open the letter and begin to read. Son, I want to start by saying I'm sorry for what's happening to you. He'll start by explaining what we know for sure about the man. For years, our family has dealt with this entity, or whatever it is. My great-great-grandfather met a man who offered him wealth beyond his wildest dreams. But there was a catch. The man demanded 2 souls every 5 years. If that was not possible, then he must return to a place he was happiest and give himself to the man. The first child of the man must survive the first encounter with the man, or the curse is lifted and moves to another family. My grandfather, growing up poor with nothing to leave his family, accepted the deal. He lived for 25 long years, inevitably falling victim to the man. Now, some years later, and here we are. I watched my father go basically insane. He wouldn't talk to anyone, and he locked himself in his basement. I never heard my father tell me he loved me until the day I lost him. I promised myself I'd figure a way around that. I chose war instead of cold-blooded murder. When I was your age, I watched my father walk into a bathroom at a baseball game, and he never come back out. Before he went in, he told me that he loved me and never agreed to go to a baseball game again. He gave up and pushed the curse to me. It's hard to accept, but I too will disappear. You will have to push through the loss of me and fight to figure out how to end this curse. My father lived till 53, the curse given to him at 18. My father took 14 lives in order to protect me as long as he could. At the time of writing this letter, I have given the man 6 lives. I wish I could give you more time, but I cannot bring myself to take a life for no reason. War was an excuse, a way to bury the demon that the man ultimately wants you to become. I was forced out of the military due to mental health issues. It feeds off of the fear and dismay of others. You will hear him, see him, and feel him. He will torture you in ways I can't even begin to explain. He will talk to you and show you things that will disgust you. You have to ignore it and go on with life as long as you can. It's all a big test. I couldn't figure out how to stop the man, but you can. I've questioned why we keep having children knowing what we know, but I believe we do this so another family doesn't need to suffer. No matter your decision, son, do not let the darkness take hold. Do what you must to live life, keep our secret to yourself, and remember the father I was, son. I love you more than you'll ever know. Dad. I folded the note and put it in my pocket. I couldn't tell you where my mind was at that exact moment. How do you closet the things I've seen? Do I have it in me to kill someone? My mind went blank and I started to panic. A noise at my door catches my attention. Knock, knock, Mom says, oddly calm. Did you read the letter, son? She said. Yeah, Mom, I did, I said, tears welling. Before your father and I got married, he told me the story. I chose to stay with him and take on this burden together. I chose to give him a son to help end this thing, she said. Mom, why couldn't Dad tell me about this before any of it happened? I asked. She explained to me that they didn't tell me because they didn't want my childhood ruined. I understood that, but thought maybe a little warning would have went a long way. So now I'm cursed, I asked fearfully. Yes, son, you are? She said calmly again. Of course, I thought it was weird she was so calm, but she did deal with this for the last 20 years. I stood there confused and afraid, a curse pinned to me like an evil little sticky note for later. Nothing I could do or say could make my mind slow down. God damn it, a curse, I thought to myself. Whatever you decide to do, son, I'll be behind you the whole way, she said. So, the man doesn't bother you at all? I asked. No, that's not how it works, son, Ches said. As far as your father knew, there were no real rules to follow. The man requires 2 human souls every 5 years or you die. That's that, she said. Oh, great, Mom, let me get right on that, my sarcasm bleeding through my anger. Kind of a lot to unpack, Mom, don't you think? I said. You're right, Tony, it is a lot to unpack. So unpack it now because you don't have much time, she said. What is that supposed to mean, Mom? I asked. My mom was acting as though none of this mattered, just a mosquito bite on her leg, nothing more. She sighed and turned her back to walk away. Before going downstairs, she turned to me and said, You're a good boy, Tony. It's your turn to try and end this. I know you can do it, son. Your father tried and failed, but he tried. He was an amazing man, you know that. I don't mean to frighten you, son, but this is your reality now. The sooner you accept your fate and move on, the sooner this can stop once and for all. At this point, I really started to think I had lost my mind. There was no way this was all happening to me. I was waiting to wake up, then I snapped out of it. I remembered how bad my dad had gotten leading up to the night he died. I can't be like that. I can't say I was too enthusiastic about meeting this man, but I needed to understand what I was up against. "Oh, Mom, I'll do it." "For Dad," I said. I pulled the cross Dad carved from my pocket and held it tight. The thought of a horrible monster coming to see me was unsettling to say the least, but it didn't happen like that at all. After my conversation with Mom, we agreed that I should settle in and move back home. I needed to go back to my house to grab a few things. I arrived at my home and started to pack things into my car. Then it happened. The lights in my home began to dim, the corners of the room becoming swirling darkness. "It's nice to finally meet you, Tony," a deep, dark voice softly said from my living room. I moved out of my room and slowly crept down the hallway to the living room. There in my living room, sitting on my couch, was the man. He was quite tall with long arms and long legs. Long, sharp fingernails came from his long fingers, sitting perfectly straight with his hands on his knees. A face like cracked porcelain, but with a skin-like quality. No hair at all, and his lips were pale blue. The eyes are what got me the most. Just two deep black sockets in the face. As I step into the living room, the man slowly twists his head towards me and says, "The slower water is perfect for catching fish, son," he said in my father's voice. "Your father gave in just like you will. You owe me souls, boy, and I'm here to make sure that happens," he said darkly. "What are you?" I asked, quivering. "I'm a family friend from way back when I actually knew your daddy, ha ha ha." He began to manically laugh. "Please," I begged. And the man's face began to twist with rage, his long arms sticking straight up and lifting himself onto the ceiling, the snapping of bones and the sound of squelching flesh emanating from his movements. Almost spider-like, he skittered across the ceiling directly into a dark corner and disappeared. "I've got to get out of here," I thought to myself. As I began to run towards the front door, the man stepped out of the darkness and stopped me right in my tracks. He stood directly in front of me, silent and still for a moment. He slowly lifted his hand and raised a finger towards my shoulder. He drove his fingernail into my shoulder and grabbed me by the neck with his other hand. White-hot pain shot through my arm and chest like someone set me on fire. "Remember this pain, boy, it's just the beginning. I want my souls or you can join your family," he said through dagger teeth. His finger twisting in my shoulder and his grip loosening on my neck, I let out a scream. "Ha ha ha, your fear is delicious, much better than your father's," he said with his tongue outstretched towards me. The man pulls his finger back and drops me to the floor. His maniacal laughter so loud the house is vibrating. My ears begin to throb, his laughing getting louder and louder. Glass starts to shatter all around me. I cover my ears and close my eyes as I fall into the fetal position. The sound stops almost immediately. I open my eyes and I'm standing up. The house looks completely normal and there's no sign of anything that just happened. The man had disappeared for now, but I knew it wasn't the last I'd see of him. I made my way back to my mom's. No matter what I kept telling myself, I still felt like I would wake up at any time. The drive back to Mom's was pretty dark, my mind wandering into parts unknown. I forgot the entire drive when it was all said and done. I pulled up to my mom's house and sat in the car for another 10 minutes. I took a deep breath, opened my car door, and made my way into the house. I greeted my mother, not a word spoken about the man at all. I get to my room and drop into the bed, exhausted from everything. My mind was blank and I was calm. Apparently the man didn't like that much. A hand springs from my mattress under me and covers my mouth while the other arm slithered around my torso and held me against the bed. A face began materializing out of my pillow right next to my head. "Never forget me, I am you," he whispered into my ear. I didn't move even slightly. I could feel the fear building inside of me like some sort of fucked up boiler. He was feeding on it, and it seemed to delight him. Are the souls just a way to keep the victim fearful? You kill because you're afraid to die. That fear alone seems to satiate its hunger. But how do you not be afraid of something like this? The entire thought was cleansed from my mind at an instant. A long sandpaper-like tongue scrapped across my forehead down to my neck. "You owe me, boy, and I expect payment," the man said through a sinister smile. His arms slithered back into the mattress and his face disappeared into the pillow, a haunting laugh fading into nothing. I began to sob, finally breaking down. All of this because of money. Why? I kept thinking to myself. Why would you put your future generations in jeopardy for wealth? I said out loud. I sigh and wipe the tears from my face, remembering my father's note and the way he said to ignore it. I'm not sure how to do that, but I'm going to need to find a way. I passed out and woke up the next morning to an eerie calmness. How often was this thing going to show itself to me? I thought. I got through most of the day pretty normally, but went to bed that night and woke up again with no sign of the man. I could feel him, though, if that makes sense, his eyes burning into my back. 5 months go by and nothing. Aside from the weird feelings of being watched and whispers every now and then, It was basically uneventful. The thought of killing someone waging a battle in my head with my morale values. I could understand why my grandfather locked himself away. The feeling of planning a murder is worse than the murder itself, it seemed. It'd be at work and begin to daydream about how to do it. It honestly made me feel like the monster, but I had no choice. It would be 2 more years before I finally deposited my first soul. I was on my way home from work one rainy night. Boy, the man's voice piercing my ears. At that moment, the steering wheel rips out of my hand and I begin to slide. A car coming the opposite direction swerves out of my way and drives off the road. I screech to an abrupt stop in the middle of the road, hop out of my car, and sprint towards the other vehicle. As soon as I got the car in my sight, I can see it had smashed into a tree. I walk to the car and notice movement. I try to open the door, but it's jammed. "Hello, are you okay in there?" I said. "I'm going to get you out of there," I yelled. I grabbed the handle and began to yank the door. The car began to rock violently. I finally get the door to swing open and I see him. The man is in the back seat smiling, arms outstretched, holding the driver's mouth wide open. The man slowly moves into the front seat, never breaking eye contact with me. He smiles at me and begins to put his arm down the man's throat. The driver's eyes wide with terror and pain. I stood there frozen in horror. I could feel the fear pulsing from me like some aura, and the man was loving it. The driver's eyes turned to foggy white and he slumped over. The man pulled his arm from inside the driver with a squelch and began to speak. "Very good, boy, very good indeed," the man said in his deep, evil voice. "His fear will keep me filled for quite some time." "Wait, please, I want to understand," I said. "Why do you keep this up?" "Greed, boy, don't you know that's a sin?" he said. The man slithered over the driver and out of the car in front of me. I backed away a few feet and stopped. It was so quiet all of a sudden. Not a single noise besides his voice. He leaned down to me, bones creaking. "You owe me one more soul, boy," he said. "There has to be something I can do to end this," I said through tears. The man outstretched his hand and wiped a tear with his finger. He licked the tear off his fingernail with a disgustful look. An evil smile sprang across his face. "It's your fear I want, boy, not your sadness," the man said as he turned around and grabbed the driver's body from the car and began to use him like some hellish marionette. "Don't go camping, son," it screamed in glass-shattering screech as he began to move the driver. "I love you, son," it began to chant over and over, the driver's limp, dangling limbs moving left to right, his mouth hanging agape. He moved closer until the driver's feet were dangling in face, that familiar feeling of pure terror emanating from my body, his evil song flooding my mind like some fucked-up hymn. I clenched my eyes shut and covered my ears. The new wolf screamed so damn loud I nearly passed out. I opened my eyes, and again it was like nothing happened. Again I was clutching the cross my father carved. Like some impulse my body had to this trauma. The driver had succumbed to his injuries, and it was found to be an unfortunate accident. If I wasn't crazy before, I sure felt crazy now. I may not have directly killed the driver, but I wasn't strong enough to ignore the man. I lay here in bed, not afraid or sad, but calm. I knew I wouldn't see the man for a while, and I still had time to figure out the last soul before my next 5 years. That night, I dreamt of the driver's silhouette dancing in the moonlight on the road. The sound of squelching and bones snapping. The man standing in the background, quiet, staring, silently smiling. I'm not sure what that dream was, but I needed to figure out what was next. I have to find a way to end this curse. I witnessed my father being murdered, and ever since, life has been an endless loop of pain and drugs. When you live your life in fear, it becomes an endless cycle of pain, which all started on the night of my 10th birthday. It's funny, I've no memory of that day being a happy celebration. All I remember is the fear I felt sitting on my bed as I covered my ears trying to drown out the shouting that filled our bedroom and the face of the monster that entered our bedroom that night. My sister was in the bed next to mine. She was screaming as if she was being attacked. My dad must have heard her and came into the room to protect us. I didn't see it at first. I was probably too scared to open my eyes, but when I did, it was just standing there looking right at me, with its black soulless eyes and a gaunt and pale expressionless face. I remembered my dad lunging at the monster before he fell to the floor bleeding. The next thing I remember is my mom coming into the room screaming, and when I looked, the monster was gone. You see, monsters aren't meant to exist, and for years no one believed me, but I know what I saw. The police said it was probably a junkie trying to rob us, but they could never explain how it got into the house. There was no sign of a break-in, and the house was still locked up tight. After that night, nothing was the same for us. My mom decided to check. She was there in body, but it was like the lights were on, but no one was home. I resented her deeply for it. We needed her more than anyone. Instead, we lived with the sense that we had lost 2 parents. My love affair with drugs started with my mother. Her self-medicating came in the form of blue and purple pills she called Mommy's Little Helpers, which only helped to turn her into something we didn't recognize. It was harder on my sister, who was too young to realize what was happening. She didn't understand why her mommy's voice changed when she was so out of it. She didn't understand why her mom couldn't get out of bed most days to make sure she had something to eat before school. She didn't understand why Mommy would nod off during a parent-teacher meeting, which resulted in us getting taken into care. Eventually, she got her act together long enough to get us back. There was a brief moment when I saw the person we called Mom, but it was short-lived. It didn't take long before the pills took over again. I was 15 the last time I saw my mother alive before she was dragged off to a mental institution. I had learned from the best, and it started with me sneaking my mother's pills when she was too wasted to notice. It didn't take long for me to move on to heroin, which has been a part of my life now for 15 years. My sister didn't stand a chance having a mother and a brother for junkies. Being younger, she must have felt more alone than I did, so I understood the place she was in. The last time I saw my sister, she had run away from the care home she was staying in, and I gave her money so she could disappear. It was a few years before I heard from her again. She had phoned me in hysterics telling me it was her fault that our dad was murdered. She begged me to come see her because she didn't want to explain it over the phone. The address she gave me was a run-down, rat-infested squat. I had to climb through a window in the back of the building to get in. If hell was a place, this was it. Misery and desperation seeped from the walls. A smell of puke and stale sweat permeated the air as I searched around for my sister. I came to a door at the end of the hall, which was closed. When I opened it, I was hit with the smell of death. My sister's body was already cold, and she still had the needle in her arm. I was too numb to cry, but inside I was screaming. Next to her body was a note with my name on it with the words, "It wasn't your fault," written on it. After they took her body away, I decided to stay a few days in the squat since I had no place of my own. My sister had pictures of us during better times stuck to the wall where I found her. I could still feel her presence and didn't want to leave her in this cold, dark place alone. The room had a closet, which was the only bit of furniture in the place. I decided to check it to see if my sister had any more drugs hidden away, but it was empty apart from a tunnel. The tunnel had me perplexed. It seemed dark and endless, but on the other side of the wall was an empty room. I climbed in and began making my way down the long and dark passage. It seemed to go on forever, but eventually a light appeared at the end. When I made it to the other end, I found myself in another closet. As I slowly crept from the closet, I was hit with a familiar smell, something warm that I remembered from my childhood. I had been in this room before. I could feel the tears well up in my eyes as childhood memories came flooding back. It was my old bedroom, the one I shared with my sister all those years ago. I quietly explored the rest of the house. I went downstairs and there was my dad's favorite chair in the corner, and next to it was the morning paper he would read before he left for work. My eyes widened and my heart began to race when I noticed the date on the paper. It was the day of my 10th birthday and a few hours before my dad was murdered. I found myself back in the rundown squat. I struggled to make sense of what I just discovered, but maybe this was what my sister wanted to talk to me about. Maybe this was a chance to go back and change our lives for the better. This was a chance to go back and kill the monster before he killed my dad. I waited until the sunset before heading back down the tunnel armed with a gun. My heart was pounding as sweat poured from every pore. Even with the heroin in my system, the mixture of fear and anticipation was overwhelming. I kept going until the light at the end of the tunnel appeared. I stayed hidden behind the closet doors and didn't jump out until I heard my dad shouting. I expected to see him struggling with a monster, but when I jumped out of the closet, the monster I found was my dad. He was beating my sister relentlessly as the younger me sat on the other bed covering his ears. For a brief moment, I locked eyes with my younger self. I could feel the fear that radiated from his eyes as my sister screamed for him to stop. My dad's face was a mix of fear and confusion as I screamed at him to stop. He lunged at me from across the room, and without thinking, I shot him and he fell to the floor. I could hear my mom screaming as I jumped back into the closet and down through the tunnel. When I made it back to the squat, my mind was racing, trying to comprehend what had just happened. It was then I realized what the note my sister left meant. It's not your fault. A higher dimension is looking for a new portal for things to go into it, and for things to come out of it. This higher dimension first wanted my eyes to be its portal, and at first it was all good. My eyes were a great portal, but they became an annoyance. Like I could be using my eyes to watch something, and then something comes out of my eyes from that higher dimension. At the same time, when I looked at someone, they could get pulled into the portal. It caused me great pain, and because I was connected to the higher dimension, my negative feelings would affect it as well. Then the higher dimension chose my ears to be its portal, and at first it all worked out. I could my eyes and not worry about something coming in or out of that higher dimension. Then I remember talking with someone on the phone, and then suddenly there was a third voice that could be heard by both of us on the phone. That was impossible, as it was a private phone call between the two of us. The third voice told us where it came from. The third voice said that it had been reproduced by the sound of my voice and my friend's voice. It was one of the effects of my ears being the portal to a higher dimension. Anyone I listened to could get pulled into this higher dimension as well, and things could also get out of my ears in the form of sound. This was no good, and I wanted my ears back. So the higher dimension chose the space between my legs to be its portal, and I decided to go for it. Now, anything that goes under my legs would get dragged into that portal, and things could also come out of the space between my legs from that other higher dimension. It was still chaos as objects got dragged into that higher dimension and random things also came put, so I decided to cut half my body through operation. So now my legs are separate from my body, and it is an easier life. When I woke up from operation, it was just my body, arms, and head. Some of the surgeons and nurses got dragged between the space of my legs. I feel like my life is much better now, and I hope it doesn't get worse. The higher dimension got to have its portal, and I get to live a normal life. Welcome back to the Fallowvale slums, where the community is both very tight-knit and somehow still prone to criminal activity against one another. My name is Mason, the lazy janitor, and I'll be your guide to this wonderfully weird place. We've got haunted locations, strange individuals, hippie vampires, and really tasty hamburger. Today I'm going to share a theory I've developed after an incident last week. I found myself in danger once again, and boy was it weird. Let me start by telling you about Roy Allen. He's a neighbor of mine, and currently he's missing. I'm not going to judge the man too harshly. He's supposedly a hard worker, but he and I were never close because he has attitude problems. I've heard it's cost him jobs. I've met Roy a few times. He had been mostly nice to me, but he was way too abrasive. He has a really big ego. Lots of insecurities, too. You see, he's the sort of man who fancies himself an alpha male. Hell, he said that out loud without any trace of irony. He self-identifies as an alpha male. Because of this, he was always belittling others for even the slightest showing of weakness. He also had a really annoying tendency of subtly scoffing every time someone else was talking about work. If he didn't think the work was as difficult as his, he considered it beneath him. Like, Roy, you're a cattle wrangler. We get it. Big, strong man. I'm built like a starved orangutan and cows would wreck my shit. Get over yourself. But anyway, the incident was last week, but for me, the story begins 3 weeks ago at another barbecue thrown by our wonderful trailer park mom witch, Petunia. I should be sleeping during the day, but I hate missing her get-togethers. I went and said my hellos before meandering around, nibbling chips and sipping at soda. There was this group of people there, and most of them I didn't really recognize. One or two I might have seen around town, but I know most of them didn't live in the trailer park. There were some cute ladies present too, so I was definitely interested. This one guy stood among them. He looked completely chill. He leaned against a wall, utterly relaxed, like he didn't have a care in the world. He was dressed casually in black shorts and some kind of blue linen button-up shirt. He had hair that wasn't quite wild, but was definitely on the verge of unkempt with its curls and waves. He wasn't super striking or handsome or anything like that. I wouldn't have noticed him at all if it weren't for one thing. My friend Trista, the woman with a skin condition that makes her unable to be in sunlight because she might be a vampire, showed up at a daytime barbecue in her full-body sunsuit. That happens maybe once a year. Not only did she show up, but she walked right up to this guy and threw her arms around his neck. "Hey, Dan," she cried. "So good to see you, buddy. You're always asleep by the time I get to the end." The man grinned and hugged her back, as casual as can be. "Trista, sorry, I barely recognized you as an astronaut." "Oh, har. Laugh it up, fuzzball." They exchanged quips and small talk while I stood there marveling and feeling maybe a tad jealous. I never get hugs. It only got worse when the neighborhood succubus, the scary but ridiculously sexy Jennifer, passed by. This woman is infamous, not just for being a polyamorous stripper in a poor, mostly Christian neighborhood, but also for being terrifyingly venomous to pretty much everyone. But not this guy, I guess. She stopped, made eye contact with him, and she offered him a friendly smile. This was like watching hell freeze over. "How are you, Jennifer?" he asked politely. "Doing okay, just here for Petunia's sake, really. Any good cases lately?" she replied. She was engaging in actual small talk, another rarity. The man named Aiden, and yes, he totally spells it weird, rolled his eyes. "God, no. All anyone wants me to do is investigate cheating spouses." She cocked her head and raised an eyebrow. Isn't that a private investigator's bread and butter? I mean, yes, but I still try to avoid those cases. This is why you still live in the inn, sweetheart. She said it condescendingly, but not aggressively condescending like she is to literally everyone else. Who the hell was this guy? How in God's name is he on good terms with so many cute girls? Ooh. I'm totally not jealous, though. It was right around then that Roy swaggered up. You could tell his proximity by the way Jennifer's face contorted more and more into a look of pure disgust. She offered Edan another smile and to see you later before hurrying away, tossing her hair like a glamorous Hollywood superstar. Roy was his typical self. By that I mean that he acted like total trailer trash. He had an ugly ragged tank top on that was more for showing off his thick ropey muscles than anything else. His black hair was greasy and unkempt, but not like Aiden's. His looked more I don't care to wash or groom than Aiden's I have slightly wild hair. He wore a cowboy hat over it. There was a tall can of Four Loko in his hand, and knowing him, he'd probably already finished another before coming. I can't really judge men's looks, since I'm a straight guy myself. I don't look at other dudes and see sexy, but despite his trailer trashy vibe, I would still say that he was a better looking man than Aiden. He was a bit taller, had broader shoulders, a more chiseled face, and light hazel eyes. Those weren't quite as striking as Aiden's ocean blue, but still. He's a buff cowboy, and Eden looked more like a carefree college douche. But the women present all seemed to step backwards when Roy swaggered up with only a bit of a drunken stumble. Somehow my brain still can't quite accept that Macho Man is a manufactured image pushed on guys that they desperately try and cling to. It's like most of the women I speak to were right after all, but I'm off track. Jack. So Roy swaggers up, strutting like he's the perfect gift, and he's just blessed us with his presence. Guy freaking stretched in a way that let him flex as hard as he could. He reminded me of my delusional teenage self. Hey, Dan, the hell are you doing here? He finally asked when he was done showing off. He was definitely a bit pickled already and getting aggressive. Hey, Roy. Are you drunk? Dan replied, still trying to be polite. Roy ignored his cordiality and puffed himself up. Fuck you. I asked, why are you here? Dan sighed and rolled his eyes. Roy, we talked about this. That struck a nerve in Roy. I said, fuck off, you little pansy ass. You talked. I don't have to listen to your shit. Now why the hell are you here? He hid inside again as he contemplated Roy. Roy, I sent you an email and called you twice about this. Our group was invited here by Petunia. Chance for us to mingle. We talked about this for the last 10 minutes of the last group session. Oh, fuck off. Some of us work for a living. I don't have time for your group. You should try working sometime, eh? He was cut off by a sweet voice, with an accent from somewhere in Eastern Europe. He does work, Roy. Why are you always so aggressive? I turned to see the newcomer and found a lovely woman. She was taller than average. Taller than me by a few inches, and I'm 5'10". But she had this smooth, pretty face with round cheeks, sparkling brown eyes, light blonde hair tied into a gorgeous braid that fell over her shoulder, and lovely sun-kissed skin. She was dressed very fetchingly in this cute blue top and some stylish pants, along with some lovely makeup to accentuate it all. I know some assholes might say she was a bit buff for a woman. She had shoulders like a swimmer and plenty of muscle, but I thought she was gorgeous. She also seemed a bit timid. There was a tremble in her voice, and she seemed to want to cast her eyes down. But through her will, she kept her eyes locked on Roy. The next few minutes made me really want to punch that guy, even if he'd totally kicked my ass. Well, hey, sweet cheeks, you're looking fine. He punctuated that statement by letting his eyes leer their way up and down the tall woman's form. When do I get another date? She sighed. I told you, you don't. I'm not interested. You really want to talk like this here. You're making a fool of yourself. Roy's eyes narrowed as soon as she said, you don't, the hell I am. Everyone here knows what a real man is. He fired back with his rage clearly growing. Roy, what have we told you about that language? And be respectful to Olga, Aidan chided. He rounded on Aidan, his hands balled into fists and teeth gritted. Mind your fucking business, you beta cuck, he shouted. You could tell by the growing desperation that Roy felt his precious masculinity was threatened. He took a threatening step forward. Then everyone was shocked when Petunia, the beloved witch of the trailer park, clad in an adorable bright purple dress, sporting her signature silvery bun, appeared from some unknown gap in the crowds of people, causing everyone to gasp. She was right in front of Roy with an intense glare in her eyes that could melt steel. She was half his size. Yet he stopped in his tracks all the same. Nobody in this neighborhood wants to lose Petunia's friendship. Aye there, Roy, her voice stayed level, but easily betrayed the outrage lurking just beneath. Roy shrank back, his eyes widening. Can I ask why you're using such foul language at my barbecue? At your own therapy group, no less. I ain't. I won't hesitate to call police if you pick another fight. This is our community, your community. You need to shape up." The two stood silently for a few moments, Petunia glaring daggers at Roy and Roy wide-eyed and clearly wrestling with whether or not he should back down. Somehow common sense won out. It usually does when Petunia shows up. I have no idea how she does it. Roy cast his eyes downward. "I'm sorry, Petunia. And I'm sorry, Olga." Petunia nodded and smiled. "Don't forget your group leader," she added. Roy sighed irritably at that. "Sorry, Aiden." Petunia leaned in and whispered something to the man before patting him and approaching at Aiden. Roy kicked at the dirt before mumbling Olga. "Can I talk to you?" The tall woman didn't look super comfortable about it, but she nodded and followed him all the same. I watched them both wander off between the prefabs. I was still curious to meet Olga myself, so I stuck around and moved towards the blue-eyed guy and his group of other people I didn't know. He was chatting with Petunia. I overheard a few strange things. 2 years I've been trying to reach him. I was making so much progress. We all were. I know, sweetie, I know. As soon as the divorce happened, he just stopped trying to change. I can't keep up with this. Not changing can be dangerous for people like us. I understand. We'll get through to Roy and his alpha bullshit. I don't know if I'm cut out for this. I'm not a therapist. Oh, hi, I'm Eden. He was talking to me. It took me a second to realize that. It also took me a second to realize I'd crept amongst this group of strangers and stood there awkwardly like a freak. Thankfully, I had an excuse. "Oh, I'm sorry. I was just here to say hi to Trista. Not used to seeing her in her summer wear," I said, turning to my friend in her full-body sunsuit. I couldn't see her face well behind the tinted glass, but I knew she was grinning. "Oh, har. You and I both know I rocked the spacesuit," she replied. Adan and the others chuckled. "My name is Mason. You guys from the trailer park?" I asked, shaking Adan's hand. His grip was definitely stronger and firmer than mine. Grr. "No, well, some of us are. Petunia invited our group to her cookout, and we agreed it might be good for us." "Your group?" "Yeah, it's kind of an unofficial group therapy thing. We've been meeting a few times a month for years now." "That's cool. Can I ask what you all have in common?" "That's private." "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to offend." "It's okay, I understand. You know Roy." "I know him, but we aren't close." Trista chimed in at this point. "This is my buddy, the guy I told you about, Adan. Kind of a shut-in. Bit of a penchant for looking for weirdos like you. Better than being a vampire. Wait a minute. Maybe it's not," I shot back. "All right, everyone, try to enjoy the barbecue, okay? I'm sorry Roy is dealing with some strong feelings," Petunia said as she headed back toward her grill. "What a polite way to say he's being an asshole, eh?" Trista quipped to me. I laughed. She left for home soon after that, so after a bit more small talk with Eden, I left to look for some beer. By chance, I ended up close by when Roy lost his temper again. He was keeping his voice as low as he could to avoid attracting the attention of the party, but I was right on the other side of the house they were hiding behind. "You think I need you?" he raged. "You think you're special? Asking you out was a goddamn favor to you?" Olga replied, firmly and calmly. "This is why I'm not interested. I can't deal with your attitude." "You deserve my attitude. Think you can do better? Go suck that beta male's dick then. You're too tall and ugly anyway. And what the fuck is that ridiculous shirt?" I wish I could say I stepped in like some smooth swab badass, but I didn't. Olga handled things on her own. "Okay, don't talk to me anymore. I'll talk to Aiden. Maybe you can find another group." I heard her turn and walk away, but he kept raging. "Good, you're all cowards anyway, acting like you're victims." "Oh, shut up," Olga concluded as she rounded the corner and headed back to the party. I heard him wander off, muttering swears under his breath. What an asshole. I finally found a beer cooler and grabbed up 2 for myself. Then I went back to the group therapy folks. I could probably find common ground with friends of Trista. They all seem like nice people. Curiosity is killing me over what these people are in group therapy for. But I'm not going to pry. I was having a good time, but then I saw Olga glumly sitting in a chair away from everyone else. Whatever went on between her and Roy, I definitely don't think she deserved his bullshit. I mustered up my courage and approached her. Hi, my name is Mason. I live around here." She looked a bit flustered for a second as she glanced over at me. "Oh, hi, I'm Olga. I'm visiting with my therapy group." "Nice to meet you. Can I just say I love that shirt?" Her eyes widened a bit at that. "Oh, thank you. I like this shirt. I think it looks good on me." "You look great. Would you like a beer?" She offered me a small smile. I think I imagined a bit of a blush on her cheeks as she looked up at me. Sure, I handed her my second beer and sat down next to her for small talk. She's pretty cool. I hope I can get to know her better. She offered me a few of her social media pages and her phone number so we could keep in touch. The rest of the barbecue went smoothly. Honestly, I wouldn't even tell this story if it weren't for the events that occurred in the following weeks. But we have one more thing to talk about before I describe the incident. Cleaning out the Fallowvale Community Center at night is one of my more common jobs. It's a nice little building, and I always make sure the tile floors sparkle. It's got information desks that are sometimes manned, but are mostly just brochures. It's got a gym with a basketball court and some equipment for local kids' teams and such. And it's got a few meeting rooms for people to use if they so desire. I think mostly church groups use those. Sometimes there's community workshops and stuff too. It was the Wednesday the week after the barbecue. I went in there like always with one of my coworkers. He was going to do the bathrooms while I did the floors. For whatever reason, I decided to start on the top floor, and that's where I found the lights were still on in one of the meeting rooms. The rules say everyone is supposed to clear out of the building by 9 o'clock. But it's not exactly strictly enforced. It was 10 o'clock by then. I figured one of the church groups lost track of time. I opted to put my headphones in and get the outside hallways finished when I stood, while I waited for them to finish whatever it was they were doing. Naturally, my freaking music died after 2 minutes because I forgot to charge my earbuds. So there I was, sulking and mopping the floors next to the one lit room in the building. I wish I could say I didn't eavesdrop, but who am I kidding? I totally did. I started hearing unusual conversations and then mopped the same patch of floor for a good 15 minutes while pretending my music worked. But anyway, what caught my interest was the fact that I recognized the voice of the blue-eyed guy Aiden. I glanced through the window, and sure enough, there he was with a group of about 15 people sitting in a circle of chairs. This must be his therapy group, I thought. I saw Olga in the circle too. So let me transcribe what I remember hearing. Olga, you had something else you wanted to address with us. Yes, thank you, Aiden. I just want to say this group has been like a family. What a family! We didn't have so many with our conditions back home. Yours is different, someone said, rudely interrupting. Jenkins? Let Olga talk, Eden replied. That's what I want to talk about, Olga said. It's true my condition isn't quite the same as yours. You have different struggles, and more in common with each other than me. But I wish you all could understand. My condition comes with its own struggles. Hey, Dan, when you invited me to this, but it meant the world to me, and I love coming here. But some of you tend to separate me, and that makes me feel excluded. There was silence after that. After a few seconds, Adane spoke up again. I'm really sorry to hear you feel that way, Olga. I do think when people always point out how you're different from the rest of us, it divides us. I do try to discourage that sort of language. Can someone explain why they think Olga doesn't belong in the group? Whoever Jenkins was spoke up immediately. I apologize. Olga, it wasn't that I meant to make you feel bad. It's just that your condition has completely different rules. How can you relate to us? You don't have the monthly incidents, the pain, the work, struggles. When we talk, can any of it really resonate with you? Yes, it does resonate. We both change, and it's something we just are. We can't help it, and it separates us from everyone else. That resonates with me so much more than you know. Olga's voice raised a little, but she still kept her cool. How Jenkins replied, I've told my story before. Yeah, but I get having a dad who wants you to be what you don't want to be. I can relate. I dunno, maybe I'm just jealous. I really hate the life I have to live because of this curse. Condition Aiden said, cutting him off. I heard the annoyed sigh, but Jenkins corrected himself. Condition. Like Nanny, I'm not actually sure what he said. It was a name or something? Nadine? Nanny. Nanny was here a few times, but she left because she said she felt she didn't belong. You would have more in common with her, I think, Olga. Your condition is similar. At least I think so. I've never met Naughty. What the heck is this name? And even if I had, she's not a part of another group. You guys are. And I feel more at home with you guys, Olga replied. I noted a bit of shyness in her voice. And that's what really matters, Aidan said. I did invite her to join us. Her condition isn't identical, but we do have plenty in common. I suppose. And it's nice that Roy is gone, Jenkins said. There were murmurs of agreement. Let's not go there, everyone. Roy made his own choices. If he ever wants to come back, that's also his choice to make, Aiden said. Oh, don't act like you're not glad he's gone, Aiden. He spent most of his time singling you out, said someone else. Guy really couldn't stand not being the alpha male, said another. Guys, there are no alpha males. This isn't a competition. And as group leader, I won't say a word against any of you here. I would appreciate it if we keep those sorts of opinions out of the group meetings, okay? I want to help Roy. He's just not letting me right now. We're like an hour and a half past our planned time, so I think we should probably get ready to go. When's our next meeting? Next Wednesday is the plan. I might have a case coming, so Whitney, you up for leading if I'm gone? Of course. All right then, we'll be here again next week. Everyone keep an eye on the calendar, like always. Plan your precautions as needed. You know who to contact if something is going wrong. Everybody good. Just wanted to say thanks for doing this group. Olga chimed in. Everyone in the group responded in some sort of affirmative. Yeah, thanks, love this group, thanks a heap, it said. Etc. I moved down the hall as people started filing out of the room. I was only slightly annoyed when they got footprints all over the spots I had already cleaned. I tried to catch Olga again, but she hustled her way out before I could say anything. I did bump into Dan, though. He stepped out of the room a few minutes later after he'd finished stacking the chairs. He looked in my direction as he closed the door. Hey, I know you. You're Trista's friend, right? From the barbecue. That's me. Fancy meeting you here. I know, right? Weird coincidence. We don't usually have our group sessions here either, but anyway, sorry we're here so late we lost track of time. No problem. See you around. I'm sure we will. Then he headed off to the parking lot. He does seem like a good guy. I'm still totally jealous of how well liked he seems to be by pretty girls. I found a silly little love poem in the garbage can of the room they were in. I can't say for sure it was written by any of them, but it sure seems like it is. I'm not mean enough to post the whole thing, but let's just say someone is pining for someone who has eyes like the sun, hitting a deep blue sea. But anyway, why am I including this little eavesdropping session in my writing? I mean, after all, it could amount to nothing at all. But based on what happened with Roy a week later, it's more evidence that lends credence to my own theory. But I'll get to that later. Let's talk about the incident now. During one day, I put off sleeping so I could hang out with Fred. He's my next-door neighbor and probably my closest friend. We decided to go for a stroll around the neighborhood, and we happened upon Roy self-destructing. Dan was there on his porch. I'm guessing he came to chat with him, likely about their group. But who knows, maybe he came there to taunt Roy or some shit. That's what Roy shouted when the police rolled up. We just heard the screaming. Whoa, Roy, calm down. Shut the fuck up. I'm more of a man than you'll ever be. I work hard. I'm strong. I solve my own problems. Roy, I'm trying to help you solve your problems. You're going to hurt yourself this weekend. I said I don't need your help. You think you're better than me? I see you smirk. What? You think 'cause you suck up to all the women in town that you're a better man than me? You're a scrawny little pathetic cuck. What the hell does this have to do with women? Roy, you need help. By then we rounded the corner. There was Roy, same tank top and grimy jeans, same drunken hyper-masculine attitude. He raised his hands to Aiden's chest and physically shoved him away. Aiden nearly lost his balance and fell as he was shoved off the front step. Nah, you need help. 'Cause you ain't man enough to do jack shit by yourself. You hide in that hotel doing anything but an honest day's work. I know your type. You say you want to help people, and conveniently your help groups are full of women. They aren't going to sleep with you, you know. Roy, I legitimately don't know what you're talking about. I came here to invite you back. You do work harder than me. I never said otherwise. It's something I admire about you. I couldn't handle 60-hour weeks with our condition. But what does this have to do with women or sex? This is about helping folks with our condition. People who understand. Fuck off. I'm not a victim and neither are you. I'm special. Gifted. I'm sick of people telling us otherwise. Roy, all the documentation ever collected tells us that mindset is what gets people killed. Dan was legitimately pleading with Roy at this point. Bullshit. I ain't listening to you no more. You're a pathetic excuse for a man. You can think that all you want, Roy, but your place isn't secure. Your attitude is dangerous. You're going to hurt someone. And yourself. Once you give in, it's over. Get the fuck out of here. Please, Roy. I said get the fuck out. At that point, he launched himself at Adon. His fist flew right towards the man's face. It all happened so quickly me and Fred could only gawk. Had that punch connected, there's no doubt in my mind it would have been devastating. Roy wrangles cattle for a living. He's got a lot of muscle he can pack into a punch. But he was drunk. His punch sailed off to the side even without Aiden stepping out of the way. Roy. Stop this now, Aiden demanded, his blue eyes now narrowed and piercing. His demand just made Roy angrier. You don't give me orders, bitch boy. Roy was practically snarling with fury as he came at Aiden, swinging his fists wildly. Aiden leaned away from each strike, almost like a boxer. And then, much to Roy's fury, he found an opening and kicked his knee. Roy collapsed like a sack of potatoes as all his weight lost its support. He ended up flat on his face with his head in the dirt. Aiden dove on top of him and pinned him down. You're not a real man. You're a goddamn puppy following whoever gives you a treat. You hear me, Aiden? You're pathetic. God damn it, Roy. Just shut up, Aiden said glumly. He had a weary look in his eyes, something that went beyond the fact that he just foiled an assault against him. Someone had already called the police. Fred and I ended up running over and helping Aiden keep Roy pinned. Roy raged about killing Aiden and being more man than all of us. Aiden nodded solemnly to us but didn't really say anything. We all gave statements to the cops. Roy was put in cuffs and taken to the station. It wasn't the first time, and I imagine it wouldn't be the last, or at least I thought so at the time. So that was a fun morning. Not entirely new in the Fallowvale slums, but it's always a clusterfuck. I went and tried to get some sleep before work after that. The next day was Wednesday again, and once more I was assigned to the community center. I made it there a little early. I was sitting in my car playing on my phone, waiting for my coworker to show up so we could get started. I was reading some article or another when out of nowhere a chill ran through me. It wasn't a cold night, and my air wasn't on, so I had no idea where it came from, but it was strong enough to give me goosebumps, and it brought this weird feeling of unease with it. I shivered and hugged myself, trying to combat the effects. But this feeling of trepidation just wouldn't go away. I gazed out my windows, wondering if I could figure out why I suddenly felt so vulnerable. It was a dark, cloudy night. The street lights in town were on, so the streets were relatively well lit, as was the parking lot I was currently in, but there were still plenty of foreboding shadows and dark alleys. It didn't help that one of the lamp posts in front of the community center had a faulty bulb that flickered from time to time, occasionally plunging me into darkness. Everything was just a bit too quiet for comfort. I noticed there were still a number of cars in the parking lot, which I assumed meant that perhaps Aiden's group was still inside. But still, the streets were completely empty and silent. Feeling unnerved, I began contemplating getting out and booking it for the building. Maybe it would feel safer in there than the creepy parking lot. I was digging around, looking for my earbuds, wondering if I remembered to charge them this time when a shadow danced through the windows of my car. Something was moving around outside. I sat back up and looked around, hoping to see a person or something. But I didn't see anything, not at first. Then I saw some movement again. Something was on the other side of a car a few meters away. I only saw a vague shape towards the bottom of the window, so whatever it was either short or squatting down. My feelings of dread intensified. They only got worse when I heard a horrible screeching noise. It was similar to nails on a chalkboard, but more metallic. I think it was something scratching against metal. My fear and anxiety intensified. I hunched myself down, hoping whatever was outside wouldn't see me in my car. Things went quiet for a few seconds. Then I heard these strange clicks, something tapping against the tarmac a few meters away. Then something emerged from behind the car. It was still mostly hidden in shadows, but I could make out enough. At first I thought it was a dog, but it was way too big and way too angry looking. It had to be a wolf. Does Nebraska even have wolves? Why is there a goddamn wolf outside? My brain screamed. The beast let out a low, rumbling growl that made my hair stand on end. It started sniffing. Why can I hear it so clearly? The doors are closed? Oh fuck, I left the windows cracked. Shit, can it smell me? It definitely could. Its eyes snapped toward me after a few sniffs, and it fixed its hateful hazel eyes right on mine. Oh balls, I dove into the footwell in a pathetic attempt to hide myself further. I was running on pure panic. I squeaked when I heard the clicks again as the animal bounded over to my car. I felt my car rock. and heard the thumps as well as a sharp tink as it reached my car and presumably put its front paws on my passenger window. I was trying to hide so I couldn't see shit, but I have to assume it was looking right at me. I heard it breathing and growling, inches away. I almost screamed uncontrollably. But another noise cut through the night. "Hey, over here." Someone else was present now, someone coming from the community center perhaps. My car rocked again as the animal climbed away from my door. "Don't do this," the mystery voice yelled. The big-ass wolf snarled like a crazed. "Well, beast," in response. Then the clicking sounds of the wolf's footsteps bounded away. A few seconds later I heard the pained yelps of a wounded dog. I scrambled out of my footwell to figure out what the hell was happening. Under the industrial outdoor lighting of the community center I saw Adnan. He had his legs spread like a fighter or something. He was pointing an object, which I soon realized was pepper spray, at the yowling wolf. The thing was pawing at its eyes. "Mason, as soon as you can get in the building, my friends will lock the door behind you." Normally it would take me a few seconds to realize he was talking to me, but in my panicked, heightened awareness I almost immediately gave him a thumbs up. To my astonishment, Aiden then did something both brave and stupid. He jogged forward and punted the wolf. He literally just leaned his leg back, then swung it forward, his foot connected with the animal's chin and sent it reeling. After that, he bolted. He moved like a frickin' pro athlete, leaping over a bush and a parking barrier. The wolf collected itself after a few seconds and barked in fury before bounding after him. I didn't waste any time. I scrambled to get out of my car, only to get tangled with my seatbelt somehow. I ended up falling on my face on the concrete. Then, while trying to get back on my feet, I somehow tripped again and fell against a parked car whose alarm started merrily blaring in my ear. Finally, I got myself up and moving. The doors of the community center swung open and I saw other people beckoning and calling for me to come forward, but then I tripped a third time, this time over the parking block. I managed to not land on my face at the very least. I can almost laugh at my clumsiness now. At the time, I was freaked. I got to my feet again, but for some reason I glanced in the direction where Adan and the wolf had run in, and I saw something that made even less sense. I stopped in my tracks just to gawk. Aiden was standing less than a block away talking rapidly into his cell phone. The wolf had stopped dead in its tracks as well, and now seemed to be inching away. It had a damn good reason. Somehow a goddamn grizzly bear had appeared between it and Adan. You read that right. There was a goddamn freaking giant-ass bear standing in the street of a town in rural Nebraska. At night, no less. I say grizzly, but truth be told, I have no idea what kind of freaking bear it was. All I knew was that it was huge, packed with muscle, had brownish-colored fur, big round ears, and what looked like a little rope hanging from its shoulder that hung a good 6 inches above the ground. The massive beast seemed calm. It wasn't snarling or anything, it just stood there, staring at the wolf. I glanced towards Adan. He still had a look of mild panic as he spoke into his phone, but he made no move to flee. He seemed unbothered by the appearance of the bear. For a few seconds I thought the wolf was going to give up and run, but I guess it was determined. It suddenly charged ahead, likely hoping to catch its prey off guard. It tried to angle itself around the bear and head straight for Adan, but it didn't get far. The bear launched itself forward and swung one of its tree trunk arms into the wolf's torso. It let out a speedy yelp that was cut off quickly as the wind disappeared from its lungs. The blow literally sent it flying. The thing bounced when it hit the ground because of how hard it was hit before rolling to a stop. At that point, the people in the community center finally snapped me out of my stupor. I ran inside and they closed the door. I fell on my ass and tried to get my heart rate under control. When someone leaned over to ask me if I was okay, the only response I could think of was, bear. All of that occurred in a span of maybe 2 minutes. There was a flurry of activity after that, but nothing major. Police arrived, but both the animals were gone by then. Aiden said they ran off toward the woods. That wolf didn't look like it was in any shape to run after the bear smacked it. But what other explanation was there? One of the policemen had a strange question for me. When I told him I saw the wolf and it came towards my car, he remarked, "What is it with this town and wolves?" State of Nebraska has had maybe 3 wolf sightings in the past few years, but our town has had a dozen or so this year alone. I raised an eyebrow. Oh, no clue. Why? Sorry, the game wardens have several reports of big wolves on the hiking trails, but they're never able to locate them. A brown bear, though. If that other guy hadn't seen it too, I'd be really skeptical of that one. We get an occasional black bear report. But the grizzlies are all up north. Man, what a weird night. What a weird town. All he could do was laugh in agreement at that. And really, that was it. Aidan stuck around to report the damage to his car. I guess the wolf scratched it up. My coworker eventually showed up and we ended up just mopping the floors like any other night. To be fair to my company, they did ask if I'd like to take the night off, but I just didn't want to be by myself. I was pretty shook up for another day or so. It's pretty freaky to get that close to an angry wild animal. But when you get right down to it, it still wasn't as freaky as being held at gunpoint by an unstable lunatic in a strip club. Petunia came to check on me pretty frequently. She always brought delicious teas and baked goods. One morning she mentioned that Roy had yet to return home. Wasn't he arrested a few days ago, I asked. Oh yeah, but Aidan didn't press charges. He was released the next day. Same day as the animal attack, I guess. What a strange coincidence. I'm honestly not sure how sarcastic I was being there. So here we are. Now, some of you may have already picked up on what I'm implying with this story, but just in case you haven't let me put all the pieces together, Roy Allen is the surly, drunken cowboy of the trailer park. He works long hours at a steady job, but still struggles with finances thanks to several bad habits and alimony payments. He's a part of an unofficial therapy group for certain kinds of people who won't share what their condition is. However, Roy has a strong dislike for the group leader, Aidan. I can't figure out why he hates the guy. I suspect Olga might have had a crush on him, which drove Roy nuts. He'd asked Olga on a date, but it didn't go well. A man who's less buff, hard-working, and macho than him getting attention from the ladies. His alpha male ego couldn't handle that. Roy starts drinking and getting more and more combative. It comes to a head at Petunia's barbecue where he has a bit of a meltdown. The weeks following were a downward spiral. Aidan makes one more visit to appeal to him, but he gets violent. He ends up arrested, but he's let out of jail a day later, and on that same day, a monster wolf shows up at the community center where Aidan and his group are having a session. And it seems focused on Aidan. Is it clear yet? No? Well, I'll spell it out. I think Roy might be a werewolf hiding among us. But is he the only one? What about that therapy group he was a part of? I have no proof of what kind of people are in this therapy group, but I happened to overhear a few things. I heard words like condition curse and incidents. They also seem keen on reminding one another to prepare for something. I'm not saying that Roy is definitely a werewolf, but boy does it seem like Roy is a werewolf. Maybe everyone in Aidan's group is a werewolf. Maybe the thing they prepare for is a full moon? Maybe not all of them are werewolves. Maybe werebears are a thing? After all, I know I saw a rope or something hanging from the bear's shoulder. It reminded me an awful lot of Olga's beautiful braided ponytail. All of this occurs in our town too, where weird is the norm. Maybe there's a big population of unusual folks here, and maybe they need group therapy as much as the rest of us. But that, of course, would be a ridiculous assertion. Werewolf therapy? Come on. I have learned some good news. Roy was supposedly found. He's alive, but he's not being held here in town. He's been incarcerated at some other facility for other crimes he committed. Nobody in the trailer park has any details. Some more good news. I went to another of Petunia's cookouts and I bumped into Olga. After some small talk, I looked up at the auburn-haired Amazonian beauty, who may or may not be a bear monster, and I asked the question I wanted to ask.